Hi, peoples. Sorry about the slight delay. Had a dog barking his head off just as I was about to go live, so I'm sorry for keeping anybody waiting. Oh, and Raven, if you're still listening, sweetheart, we love you and we miss you. I did have this live scheduled for Wednesday, but I thought, no, you know what? I'll do it now. I'll do it tonight while I'm feeling inspired. So I shall just prattle away for 5 minutes and see who may come in. Hi, Sheila. Hello, my darling. How are you? Are you feeling any better today? I think Raven just bobbed in and then went out again, Sheila. She was just coming to say hi to everybody because she's busy. But yeah, you were saying, was it yesterday that you haven't been so well? So I hope you're feeling a bit better now. I'm glad you're in, actually, because with this being your area of expertise, and especially the actual physical area as well for part of it, I thought that if I am incorrect in any of my statements, give me a shout and correct me, would you? Because I'd appreciate that. Yeah, loads better, thanks. Bit of a sniffle, but I'm fine. Oh, that's good. I'm really glad to hear that, Sheila. It's horrible, isn't it? Even so much as a simple cold, it'll really knock you back, doesn't it? Make you feel rotten. Oh gosh, my eyes are watering like mad today. I don't know what's going on. Oh, well, we've got 10 watching. So hello, everybody who's watching. Please feel free to come in, but it's not a problem if you just want to watch and lurk. It's fine. I just crashed out really early. Well, I'm saying really early for me. I can't remember if it was 10 or half 10, but I just hit a wall. And I had to be up early this morning for a meeting, so I just thought, right, I'll get in bed and I'll stay in bed. Right, so I think rather than making anybody wait, because I can see we've got 10 people watching, although at the moment there's only Sheila and I in the chat, so yeah, I've been drained all weekend. Thought I'd caught the dreaded lurgy, but it was only a 48-hour thing. Oh, but the thing is, though, it's Kathy. Oh, sorry, I can't read your name. Kathy B58. Hi, Kathy. Oh, usually lurk. Thought I'd be brave and say hi. Oh, well, I'm glad you have, lovey. I'm glad you have, and you're very welcome. If you've been lurking, you'll see that we're a nice group of people in here. We can get a bit silly, but everybody's really friendly, so it's nice to see a new face. And obviously, if you've been lurking, you know what my rules are. I'll mod you up after this live. So everybody's a mod who comes in. I think at the minute we've got more people watching than... Oh, I'm glad you like the laughs, Kathy. I'm glad, because we enjoy doing them as well. And yeah, it just gets very silly. It can be a bit rude, but it can get very silly. Oh, Sheila's saying hi to you there as well. Oh, Danny After Dark. Hello, everyone. My name is Danny. Tismy sent me up. Oh, hi. I've heard your name, Danny After Dark. I must have seen you around on another channel, but welcome. Welcome, and thank that Tiz when you speak to her. I wasn't intended to come live today. I had this one scheduled for Wednesday, but I thought, oh, sod it, I'll do it and then move on to other things. She absolutely is, Danny. She absolutely is. What Sheila put, trouble is, was over the weekend. Oh, isn't that awful when you... If ever I end up getting sick, it's usually when I'm on holiday. You know, you've got like a fortnight off or something, and the first week of it, you got flu or the shits or whatever. Oh, hi, Frida. Hello, my darling. How are you this lovely evening? Just in case you can't see the chat, Frida, we've got well, 2 new faces in. Kathy B58, who usually lurks but has decided to be brave and say hello, which I'm made up about. And then Danny After Dark, who got sent over by Tiz. Although I do recognise the name Danny After Dark. So, like I said, I must have crossed paths with you, maybe on another channel or something. Oh, I'm glad you're doing good, Frida. I'm glad you're doing good. Just doing our usual like 10 minutes of nattering with everybody, and then I'll start into this one. Oh well, I don't know if Tiz told you, Danny, but I make everybody a mod. I'm going for the channel with the most mods on a live, so I can't do it right now because I'm using this particular because I'm using my phone. But when I come off this live, I'll come back through and mod people up. Oh, hi, bedtime. Hello, everyone. Busy working but listening. Excellent. Well, I hope you'll enjoy this one, bedtime, because it's all battly, manly things. Oh, Frida saying, Danny and Kathy, welcome. Thank you, girls. Thank you. What day's the ghost stories? It's tomorrow, Sheila. 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we're going to be covering the Enfield poltergeist case, which, yeah, it's kind of a ghost story, but we're looking at all the actual the evidence and the investigations that were carried on around that. So I know that hopefully Green Eyes was saying she might come up. Simple's Meerkat, Jules Kitch, to tell the little things. After we've done the Enfield bit, I'll just do an open panel, and then anybody who wants to come up and if they've got a paranormal story or a spooky story or anything, just come on up. I'll keep dropping the link if I get reminded. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one because we've been looking into this for the past month, near enough. So it should be a good live. Well, I hope it will. Hi, Lady Witch. Hello, lovely. So yeah, that's tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And I know, I hope it will be, Sheila. And obviously you feel free as well if you want to come up and talk about anything. Oh, hi, Marie. Hello there, everyone. I'm back. Just tired. Had a wonderful time. Hope you're all well. We're brilliant. Thank you, Marie. It's good to see you back, that you've got home safely from Cape Town. And I hope you enjoyed your stay with your grandchildren. You lucky devil. Danny After Dark. My aunt and uncle are paranormal investigators, have been for years. They work at a haunted man. Oh, do they? Whereabouts? Can I ask whereabouts that is, Danny, or without obviously doxing anybody? I mean, my boyfriend is thinking he wants to start not doing it, you know, not going down the money channel, but he just wants to make some paranormal videos. He's been buying all sorts of bits and pieces, so that should be quite funny. SK Pearson Gardner. Oh, okay. Oh, you're in America, right, Danny? Sorry, for some reason I thought you were over here, in the UK. Oh no, that's good. I've not heard of that place then. Is MA? I'm going to show my ignorance now. Is MA Massachusetts or is it a different state? I'm really ignorant. I know some of the abbreviations, but not all of them. Oh, Massachusetts A. Do you know what? I'm getting good at this. Right, guys. Well, if we've done our 10 minutes of random gabbing, I am going to apologise for Cooper in the meantime. For those new people, Cooper's my dog. He's got a bug up his arse because it's a full moon, so he's wandering around whinging, and he will occasionally yap. So I'm hoping he'll stay quiet, but you never can tell. What did you all think of my title? I thought it was quite clever, the title for this live, because I'm going to look at the battles of 1066. And I was feeling inspired. So I plonked that one down. Get your kicks on Route 1066, but I won't start singing. Right, if you're all sitting comfortably, I shall begin. And this might not sound very Viking-y, but it is. You know, when people hear of the Battle of 1066, the Battle of Hastings, and William the Conqueror, people never think, they just think about the Normans and the Saxons fighting. They don't realise that there is actually a Viking element in it, which is what I'm going to cover tonight. So, this whole thing, this whole issue with the history of England being completely altered forever began on the 5th of January 1066. And that's when Edward the Confessor, who was the current King of England, died without leaving a son and heir. Now, the new king, you didn't automatically inherit the English throne during the Saxon period just because your father was the king. You'd have a strong claim to it, but the king would always have to be chosen and agreed upon by what was called the Witan, and that was a king's assembly, and it was made up of all the powerful nobles of the land, and they would sit and they would discuss the merits of any candidates, and they would choose who was the best one. Hi, Simple as Love, nice to see you. So they would choose who they thought would be the best king of England. Now, when Edward died without an heir, there were then 4 people who believed that they were the most entitled to the throne. And these were the 4 people that the Witan would have to decide between. So the first one he was called Edgar the Atheling, and he was a Saxon prince, and he was a great nephew of the king who had just died. Now, in 1057, King Edward had named Edgar's father as his heir to the throne, but Edgar's father died under suspicious circumstances just before he could be crowned. So, and the other thing was that Edgar, he was only 15 years old, so he lacked any experience. He'd got no experience of statesmanship. He'd got no experience of battle. And he also hadn't got the experience to have got... Oh, God, done it again with my damn phone. I'm so sorry, guys. And he also didn't have the experience to have started to garner support from all the nobles that would have, he would have needed in the Witan to take his side. So that was number 1. That was Edgar the Atheling. The second contender to the throne was Harald Hardrada, which most of you will have heard of, hopefully, and he was the King of Norway. Now, Hardrada should give you a clue because it translated as meaning hard ruler. And he was a warrior he was of giant stature, huge guy by all accounts, contemporary accounts. He was a famed warrior. Now, his claim to the throne was also based, like Edgar's, on an earlier promise made to his father. Now, between 1016 and 1042, England had been ruled by Danish Vikings, and the last of these was Hafenut. Now, Hafenut had named Magnus, who was the King of Norway, as his successor, and Magnus was Harald Hardrada's father. However, when Hafenut died, the crown went to his Anglo-Saxon half-brother instead, which was no other than the late king who's just gone now, Edward the Confessor. So shortly after this, Magnus died, and when the English crown once again came up for grabs in 1066, Harold Hardrada, he leapt at the chance to kind of claim back what he believed his father had been robbed of. So there's him with his version of a strong claim. The third was Harold Godwinson. Now, he believed he should be Edward's successor, and he was an Anglo-Saxon. He was the current Earl of Wessex, and he was the richest man in the kingdom. And he'd also, prior to all of this happening, he'd already been forming alliances with all of the major nobles in England. So he'd been feathering his nest and making sure he was palling up to the right people, just for this particular occasion. Now, he also had some other connections because he'd been the late king's advisor. So while Edward the Confessor was busy visiting the different churches and monasteries and whatever else to pray, Harold Godwinson was basically running the country for him. He did all the advising. He dealt with the matters of state on his behalf. So it was well versed in what the duties of a king would be. And he was also the king's brother-in-law, because the late king had married Harold's sister. So he's got another another little link there. And finally, he claimed that when Edward was on his deathbed, he promised him the throne. Now, this assertion was actually backed up by the Anglo-Saxon chronicles. Whether that was through coercion, I don't know, but it is there, and it's in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles. And now, finally, the fourth contender for the throne was a man named William, and he was the Duke of Normandy, which is in northern France. He was a distant cousin of the late king, and also Edward the Confessor, the late king, had lived in Normandy for 25 years prior to becoming the King of England. So he actually knew William, and he knew William better than he knew his own nobles in England. Now, England had been ruled by either the Saxons or the Vikings for the previous 200 years, as you know from the stuff that we've been going over the last couple of weeks. But William was neither of these. Now, he claimed that when Edward was in Normandy, he promised him the crown. And this version was supported by the Norman chronicles. But again, was that by coercion, or is that just going off what he's been told? We don't know. Now, one of his supporters was the Pope. So in effect, that meant that he also had the backing of God. And in addition to this, William declared that a couple of years earlier, in 1064, Harold Godwinson had sworn loyalty to him, and also that he placed his hand on a box of sacred relics while he made this oath. And this actually is illustrated in the Bayeux Tapestry. Now, the Witan, when they came to, they went through all four claims, and they decided on the English Saxon, Harold Godwinson. And because he then knew that there were also other claims, he wasn't bothered about Edgar the Etheling, 15-year-old boy in the same country isn't that much of a threat. However, he also knew that there would probably be a bit of stamping of feet and tantrums thrown by the King of Norway and the Duke of Normandy. So, fearing the closer of the enemies, which would have been from Normandy, he oh, sorry, I'm just about to sneeze. Excuse me a minute. Oh, sorry about that. I was about to sneeze. Because they were fearing this imminent invasion, they actually crowned Harold Godwinson on the same day that they were burying Edward the Confessor. So this was the day after his death. So Edward died on the 5th of January, 1066, and he was buried on the 6th of January, and his successor was crowned that same day. Now, another little thing that happened was that So this was January. On the 24th of April, Halley's Comet appeared in the skies over England. And whenever that appeared and had appeared in the past, it was always believed to be a sign from God that was indicating great changes were about to happen, usually relating to, the rulers of the land. So whatever the interpretation, that comet was actually to signify the start of a war that would, well, as I said earlier, it's going to transform England forever. We would never be the same country again. So once he was crowned, and fearing that there was going to be an attack imminent from the Duke of Normandy, Harold stationed his troops along the south coast of England, but at that time there was very strong northerly wind blowing, so it prevented the Normans from launching and coming across the English Channel. So his troops stayed down there, but on the 8th of September, with supplies running low, Harold decided to disband his troops and return to London. Now, the sad thing was that an attack was imminent, but it wasn't coming from the south coast like he expected from Normandy. It was actually coming in the north via Scandinavia, and it was Harald Hardrada. Now, surprisingly, he was being supported by the new King Harold's brother, and the brother's name was Tostig Godwinson, and Tostig had been the Earl of Northumbria, but he was charging incredibly high taxes. He was known to be really brutal against anybody who either questioned him or spoke out against him, or demonstrated in any way, shape or form against his rule. So he wasn't just feared, he was hated, absolutely despised. Now, in order to keep peace in the north, which has always been a bit on the unruly side, King Harold removed his brother, and there was a nobleman named I think his name was Morcar. I always get this wrong, Morcar. And he decided to replace his brother with Morcar, this nobleman. And he then exiled Tostig. So Tostig, pissed off, has buggered off over to Norway and has started to air his grievances with Harald Hardrada and has offered him his full support. Any swords and shields he can raise, and he's with him. And he'll support his claim on the English throne. So, Harald Hardrada, the northern wind that was keeping the Normans from launching from northern France, actually aided the Norwegians to come down from Scandinavia. So he set sail from Norway, and he had a fleet of around 300 ships and approximately 10,000 warriors. Now, as they departed Scandinavia, they then approached the British Isles, and on their way south, they absolutely ravaged and rampaged the way down the east coast of northern England. And then they got to the Humber. So they entered the Humber and they sailed up that and then entered the River Ouse, heading towards the city of York. So before they got there, they then disembarked, and they left a force of around 3,000 reserve warriors to guard the fleet. And once they'd done that, they then started marching towards York. Now, the Earl Morcar, in a bit of a flap, realised that the Vikings were heading straight for his front door. So he then managed to gather an army of around 4,000 men, and they marched out to meet the Viking army. So this was on the 20th of September, 1066. So the battleground, this was a marshy area, which they've now identified as being an area called Germany Beck. And it's a small tributary of the Ouse at a place called Fulford. Now, the Saxons decided to create, they created a shield wall along the north side of the beck. And Hardrada, being an incredibly astute warrior, he positioned Tostig along with the least experienced of his fighters, on the opposite southern side of the beck, facing the Saxons. Now, the River Ouse is tidal, and so at this particular moment in time, the beck was full, so you couldn't get across it. So it basically consisted of a few hours of Saxons on one bank and the Vikings on the other bank, just hurling obscenities at each other, probably lifting the dropping the trousers, showing the bums, waggling the willies, doing whatever they wanted to, throwing all sorts of insults. But that would have been the initial stages of the battle, because there was no way they could reach each other. So around midday. Oh, actually, sorry, I was going to. I just missed a little bit out then, because it's believed that while Tostig and his men are facing off with the Saxons from one side of the bank, the Saxons hadn't seen Harold Hardrada and his troops, and Hardrada was with his best fighting men, and they were concealed from the Saxon view there was a bit of raised land, so the Saxons weren't able to see, and that's what is believed was to have happened, that the Saxons couldn't actually see Hardrada there with his real elite warriors. So round about midday, the waters in the beck, as the tide was going out, the waters in the beck started to subside, and the battle could begin. Now, the Anglo-Saxon chronicles and the Norwegian sagas tell about how bravely the Saxons fought, and they managed to push back Tostig's army. But now, because the tide was down, the waters had receded, and the riverbank was exposed, Harold Hardrada moved his reserve troops along the bank, and then they came over the beck, and they appeared storming round the back of the Saxons, trapping them in effect against what was a muddy ditch, the banks of the beck. Now, Hardrada was such a ferocious warrior. It's reported that he was slaying anybody who was unfortunate enough to cross his path. He had a huge double-edged sword that he was just swinging around like Billy Whiz, and yeah, he was hacking people down left, right, and centre. Now, the nobles on both sides, for the Saxons and the Vikings, they were fighting with swords. And then the warriors on both sides, and if any of you remember me talking about this the other day, they were also fighting with the 5-foot Dane axe. So that was a huge 5-foot staff with a massive axe head on the top of it. But it wasn't just the weapons that caused a number of fatalities in the Saxon ranks that day, because reports say that as they were running away, the Norwegians were chasing after the Saxons, and many of the Saxons were caught and they were hurled into the beck. Because you're underfoot there, even if there's no water in it, it's thick mud, you're going to drown in mud, which is a horrible way to go. But they were throwing them into the beck and the marsh so that basically the pursuers could walk on solid ground, which was in effect just made up of corpses. So Harold Hardrada was victorious, and by sundown on September the 24th, so obviously this has gone on from the 20th to the 24th, York had finally surrendered to the Vikings. Now, in order to secure the loyalty, 150 hostages were exchanged. Now, Hardrada was due to receive hostages from the whole of the county, or, well, it was called a shire back then, but he was due to receive them from the whole of the county. Whether this was a ploy, delay tactics, I don't know, but anyway, so it was arranged that they would be delivered at a spot called Stamford Bridge. And here, this is where Hardrada, Tostig, and their troops went to rest after the battle, have a few drinks, celebrate the victory, and also await the hostages. However, what happened next wasn't what they were bargaining for at all. So, if I stop talking for a wee second, does anybody want to know anything about what we've discussed so far? only because I've got some really garbled notes here. So, and as usual, I can't read my own writing. So if I hesitate slightly, I do apologise. No, the other one, Frida, there is the Stamford Bridge down there, but Stamford, so it's STAM for mother, FORD, Bridge, and it's kind of to the slight southwest of York, I think. Is that right, Sheila? Stamford Bridge is just... Yeah, I'm sure it's it's definitely to the west. I think it's to the very slight southwest of York City. Oh, sorry, Sheila. You know me. I take everything literally. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you might have known, Sheila. Okay, right. In that case, then, I'm 100% sure that Stamford Bridge is to the southwest of York. It might actually be to the northeast. Who can say? But anyway, it's just outside of York. Right. Okay. I shall carry on then. So, in summary, Harold Hardrada has whooped the Saxons' backsides in the north of England, and he is awaiting his hostages. And they're having a bit of a crowing contest. So he and Tostig are, well, they're on cloud nine, aren't they? So they'll be feasting and drinking and all the rest of it. Anyway, while they're doing that at Stamford Bridge, waiting for the hostages, now bear in mind this is on the 24th of September. The battle had started on the 20th. So on Sunday, the 24th of September, they're residing at Stamford Bridge, waiting for this exchange. Now, back down in London, as soon as King Harold heard that the Norwegians were invading to the north, he gathered an army and he raced north at lightning speed. So they were basically forced march, little to no stoppings. He wanted to get up there as quick as he could. He, on the way north from London, he was mustering troops as he went. So every village, every town he passed, more and more troops were adding on to his ranks. Now, oh, hi, Joe. Can't find my glasses. Bless you. Don't you worry. It's nice for you to be here. Thank you, Joe. Now, just a little bit of info is that all kings and noblemen at that time had their own band of professional soldiers who were called huscarls or housecarls. Now, they lived in the household and they protected and defended them in war or peace, a bit like a bodyguard. Now, the housecarls were supported as well by part-time soldiers, and they were like they made up a militia. These would have been these weren't professional soldiers. These would have been, just men from the local villages and towns and what have you. And, whether they be field workers, farmers, blacksmiths, they weren't the professional soldiers that the huscarls were. So, and they were called, this militia, they were called the feuds. So each of these counties or shires, they would have their own feuds. They were recruited, as I said, from every village in England, and they were recruited to defend the local area. And they had to provide, this is bad, they had to provide their own food and equipment. How tight is that? Oh, no problem, Marie. No problem. I should talk in a softer voice, shouldn't I? And hopefully you can nod off while I'm speaking. So on the 20th, and this will explain how quickly this guy managed to do it. On the afternoon of Monday, the 25th of September, the Saxon army actually arrived at Stamford Bridge. The king had managed to travel just under, now they'd said 300 kilometers, which is, I've written that down, 186 miles, I think it was. 186 miles in think it was 5 days? Bear with me for 1 second. Yeah. So he had marched, raced 300 kilometres or 186 miles in 5 days. And don't forget, this isn't on the roads that we've got today. These will be tracks. A lot of them, if it's been raining, it's going to be thick mud, probably up to your thighs in some parts. So that is no mean feat doing that. So they arrived there on the 25th of September, the day after York had declared for Harold Hardrada. And it was here, as I said, that Hardrada and Tostig were set up at camp waiting the delivery of the promised hostages. Now, because they weren't expecting any trouble, you know, the city has surrendered to them. They've not met any resistance. They're not expecting any trouble whatsoever. So they'd left all their armour behind with the ships, which were 25 kilometres away. Now, with them, they only had weapons, shields, and helmets. That's all they had. You know, they had no armour. It was very badly thought out. So suddenly, while they're sitting around, they're feasting, they're drinking, they're probably recovering from the night before's hangovers, they suddenly see a huge Saxon army racing towards them, and they were taken totally by surprise. The only thing that was separating the Saxon army from the Norwegian king was the River Derwent. Now, it's not the River Derwent from Cumbria. There is another Derwent over in the northeast, the east of England. So it was the River Derwent. And that there was just one narrow bridge and two nearby fords allowing access to the other side. Now, I don't know if any of you ever remember this tale. Those in the UK, I can't imagine that they would have ever told this tale in other countries, but I may be wrong. But most kids at school, when they're doing the Battle of Stamford Bridge, they hear about the sole Viking warrior who held off the entire Saxon army. And it is written in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. So, you know, that most of the time that is a pretty accurate historical go-to. Now, it was a ferocious Viking berserker, and he held back the entire Saxon army from crossing the bridge. He killed 40 Saxons single-handedly before a very cunning, i.e. sneaky Saxon decided to paddle in the water under the bridge, and he thrust a spear up through the wooden slats, basically skewering the berserker. And as he fell, the Saxons then stampeded across the bridge. Now, Hardrada, as they knew that this was happening, well, just prior to the berserker falling, but Hardrada had actually sent 3 riders on the fastest horses he could find to return to his fleet and fetch the reserve warriors that he'd left there guarding the boats. So once that was done, he then ordered that his troops to create a defensive shield wall at the top of the hill. And this was on the eastern side of the River Derwent. Now, Harold's army, King Harold's army, almost twice the size of Hardrada's, also formed a shield wall, and they started to advance up the hill towards the Vikings. Now, before the main battle began, King Harold tried to persuade his brother Tostig to swap sides. He even offered to reinstate him as the Earl of Northumbria. You know, he did anything he could. He tried to get his brother to come back over to the Saxon side. Tostig wasn't having any of it, but he demanded to know from his brother, and he said, well, what's King Harold Hardrada gonna get? And at this point, King Harold of England, Harold Godwinson, he spat out at his brother. He said, what he's going to get, 7 feet of land for a grave. And that was it. That was his final answer. And just after this, that's when the battle began. Now, the Norwegians were hopelessly outnumbered. I was going to say the lines began to break as the Saxons started to advance, and Hardrada just must have thought, stuff this, and he leapt forward, swinging weapons in both hands. So, and this was despite he didn't have any shield, he didn't have any long mail shirt on to protect him in any. He just had nothing. He was just in his day clothes, and he had his two weapons. And it was a bad move because, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending whose side you're rooting for, he was hit in the throat by an arrow, and he was killed. And Tostig was also killed that day. Now, as the remaining Norwegians were fleeing, the reinforcements from the ships finally arrived, but it was too late to save the king, which is what they were hoping to do. Now, the Anglo-Saxon chronicles also say that Hardrada's son, whose name was Olaf, he survived the main battle. And obviously, knowing they were defeated, and he's obviously grief-stricken, he's lost his father, probably lost other relatives in the battle, so he gave himself up to King Harold Godwinson. And I suppose he reckoned he'd either be imprisoned, at the luckiest, he would probably be imprisoned, but he'd probably be executed. And in an extraordinary... Oh, sorry, Cassie's just come in. Hey, Case Chat. Good to catch you on. I thought you were on tomorrow. I am. It's the Enfield tomorrow, Cassius. I'm doing 1066 tonight. We get your kicks on Route 1066. We're going through the Viking battles, Harold Hardrada and Harold Godwinson, and then it's going to be William the Conqueror. So you've not missed that much. Probably missed about half an hour, maybe. I know you tend to catch up on high speed, don't you? So, so yeah. So in an extraordinary act of mercy, King Harold he spared Olaf, and he allowed him to return to Norway along with the rest of the survivors of the battle, providing that one, they swore an oath of allegiance to him, and that they also promised never to invade England again. So, and the other, well, to actually show how significant the losses were on the Norwegian side, out of the fleet of... So Hardrada, as you know, came over with 300 ships in his fleet. And out of those 300 ships, only 24 were needed to carry the survivors home. So that's some significant loss, isn't it? You're waiting for me to pause. Do you want me to give it a minute, Cassius, and have a bit of we can have a bit of a chit chat? Because there's this bit, I've virtually come to the end of this segment of my notes before we get on to Hastings. It was brutal, Sheila. I mean, it when you think about the loss of life, all those, young and older men, but I'll catch up. I've company in a wee bit. Thank you. No problem, Cassius. No problem. So yeah, it's quite... I always look at it from a DNA perspective, and you think, look at all that DNA that just... same as with every war that's ever been carried out. All those bloodlines just wiped out, probably forever in a lot of cases. I just find it very sad. Very, very sad. But... and they weren't paid, had to feed themselves and arm themselves. I know that was it with the feuds, although, on this occasion they were actually triumphant, but they weren't professional soldiers. This is like dragging Joe Bloggs out the street. and handing him, and a lot of the times they didn't have any significant weapons. They might have forks, you know, that they would fork the ground with. Also, stop. There he goes. Or it might be sides that they cut the grass with. But you know, these guys were not wielding swords and axes for the most part. It was, they might have had a shield. You know, if they were lucky, they may have been provided with a shield if they didn't have one. Oh, thanks, Cassius. Thank you. Oh no, Cassius, you know me. I'll just stop if I notice somebody in chat. I'll always stop. Oh, what Sheila said. Bet they were forced to fight or be killed on the spot if they refused. To be honest, Sheila, it probably didn't even occur to them, because it was the blood loyalty, wasn't it, to their the masters, and at the end of the day, they were firm believers in the fact that their blood had watered the soil. So their, you know, it was the blood, it was the soil belonged to their ancestors. They had every right to defend it. And I'll be fair, if it came down to it, in this country, if you think about it, even in modern terms, if it came down to you being invaded by a foreign force that would be likely to change this country forever. I mean, I know we've changed anyway, but go back to the England that you lived in, you know, when you were a child. And if you think about it, even if you weren't being paid, would you be willing to take up arms to fight for your homes and your families and your birthright and your land? Because, I mean, whether that's me and me evil Viking street, but I definitely would. You know, so a lot of the time, yeah, they might not have got paid, and they might have been scared. But, you know, do you want to see your wives become slaves or worse, you know, and your children to just either be killed or again taken into slavery? So, yeah, it just depends what it means to the person who's fighting, you know, and the people who are defending the homeland are always going to fight more ferociously to defend what they love, aren't they, than the people who are just coming in trying to fight for somebody else's greed. Just my opinion. I don't know what you guys think. Ooh, let's get my cup. I'd fight for my family, not for the king, queen, government. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, obviously we know better now, don't we? But back then, Sheila, as you know, it was, you didn't question, did you not? Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to stand outside with a sword defending my home or my family. But again, I wouldn't be doing it for the likes of this lot. So yeah. Now, going on from that, so in all respects, the Viking threat that had come with Harald Hardrada had finally been driven from England. That was it, once and for all. Or had it? Because there's a little twist. Now, King Harold, he was absolutely, you know, he was victorious. He was made up, but here's the pinch. Only 2 days later, the winds that had prevented the Normans from setting sail turned southwards, and as the sun went down, William, Duke of Normandy, set sail for England. So this is 2 days later. So William then landed on the south coast of England on the 28th of September, 1066. Now, in order to get a lot, I mean, he had a lot of support anyway, but in order to get more support, he promised land in England to anyone who would help him overthrow Harold Godwinson and take the crown of England from him. And it's reported that he had a huge army of around 7,000 men, and he had a fleet of approximately 700 ships. But as I mentioned previously, by the time they were all ready to get on the boats and set sail, this strong northerly wind had forced William to wait, and it was several weeks because it just didn't let up at all. So in late September, when the wind direction finally changed and the Normans set sail for southern England, when they landed, rather than advancing further inland, which seemed to be what most invading armies normally did, William decided not to, and he decided to provoke Harold by devastating his former earldom of Wessex and waiting for him to come to him. So as soon as Harold heard the news, and don't forget, he's up in the north of England, he's battle weary because he has done a 5-day march virtually without stopping. He's arrived at Stamford Bridge. He's then gone through a battle. He's victorious, although absolutely knackered. And then he hears that a second threat has just landed on his shores, and it's at the other end of the country. So, I mean, I can only imagine the inward groan that he gave at that point. So he then gathered his troops together, started trying to raise more men, and he sped south as quickly as he could. Now, at dawn on the 14th, so by now we're coming up to the 14th of October. At dawn, William marched his army just over 10 kilometres to confront Harold. Now, the details of exactly what was to follow and where it took place vary considerably. So there's still a lot of controversy over, and it's usually the minor details as well, but historians being historians, they like to get everything bob on. But what we do know is that at around 9 a.m. that morning, the battle for the English crown began. And there was a crest of a small hill that the Saxon army assembled on. And this hill was flanked by, there were 2 streams and the woods behind, which would make it difficult to retreat. Now, they then created a strong shield wall with King Harold, at the centre of it. And the Normans, they were in 3 lines that were below the crest of this hill. So the Saxon and Norman armour at that time was very similar. You know, especially the nobles, they would wear long coats of mail, and the helmets were very similar. They were just kind of a skull helmet with a nasal, just like a band that would come down to protect the nose. But they were very, very similar. However, the weapons weren't. So while the Saxons had, and the ways of fighting were different as well. Excuse me, I'm just going to cough. Beg your pardon. So while the Saxons had the Dane axe, which we mentioned earlier, this 5-foot-long axe, and they would also use defensive shield wall tactics, the Normans had 2,000 cavalry, which the battlefields of England had never witnessed before this day. They also had a huge line of archers, and some of these archers were using crossbows, again, which were unknown to the Saxons. Now, it's all right as well having the Dane axe, but in order to swing the Dane axe to any great effect, you've got to hold it with 2 hands, which means you can't hold a shield to defend yourself or your neighbour, which is, it's what the shield wall did. You know, you cram that tightly, your shield protected your front, and, you know, you had neighbours either side of you. So yes, the Dane axe was brutal and lethal, but it involved you having no other defence. And also, don't forget, because of the 5-foot-long handle or shaft or whatever you want to call it of the Dane axe, you also needed a considerable amount of space in order to be able to swing it around to gather the momentum that would enable this to be used to its full effect. So it wasn't really, you know, it wasn't a weapon to use in tight fighting circles. As I said the other day, one of its big uses was to kind of break a shield wall. They'd send it in with the blood warriors, so maybe a dozen, you know, blood warriors would go in with the Daenax to try and break a shield wall. But for actual close combat, no, it wasn't of any great use at all. So they were the differences. Now, the Norman archers were the first to attack. However, the distance, it was too great, the distance, for them to gauge accurately the targets. So either they would rebound the arrows, or they were just sailing way over the heads and off the mark. But that was the first attempt with the archers. Lady Witch, yikes, give me a broadsword any day of the week. I know. Well, the thing is, the Daenax sounds really impressive, doesn't it? Until you realise it's not actually something great to fight with. Pardon me. I'm just going to get a sip of my drink because I've got a tickly cough. So, the archers, they've effed up. So then it becomes the turn of the mounted Norman knights. So their cavalry is coming in. However, these are heavy horses, don't forget. They found it impossible to charge up the steep slope towards the Saxons. Now, eventually, the Saxon shield wall pushed forwards, and that was forcing the Normans back down the hill. And at this time as well, a rumour started to circulate amongst the Norman ranks that William had actually been killed. So that, you know how it does, it's Chinese whispers. Well, we're moving backwards. Why we're moving back? Well, William's dead. And it's just going through the ranks like wildfire. Now, there is a story that William lifted his helmet up and swung it round his head, and he was yelled out that he was alive. You know, we're alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Just to let his troops know. Don't know whether that's true or not. Excuse me. So, after seeing this, and you know that his troops are getting disheartened, he's not managed to get through this Saxon shield wall. What's my next tactic? Now, it was a time-honoured Norman tactic of war, which was the famed retreat. Now, he knew that they couldn't win the battle unless they broke the English line. You know, they had to break the shield wall. However, and this is documented as well, the shield wall of the Saxons was packed so tightly that it was said that those men who were struck dead, it was too tight for them to even fall to the ground. So the dead were still packed into the shield wall. So, you know, under normal circumstances, no way were they going to break through this. So his tactic was to get groups of cavalry to pretend to flee in either direction. And the Saxons would then, and it sounds so simple, this, but it is what used to happen. So the Saxons would then believe they'd won, and they'd start to chase after the fleeing Normans. And that's exactly what happened. And then, unfortunately, the cavalry swung back round again, charged back, and encircled the Saxon pursuers. And as such, they managed to break the shield wall. So the wall began to weaken. And as dusk started drawing in, William once again ordered his archers to attack, just for a last time. And it was at this point that the English wall opened and King Harold Godwinson was finally killed. Now, the Bayeux Tapestry depicts him being shot in the eye with an arrow, or there's also another depiction of him, same thing, being cut down, but nobody really knows what happened. You know, stories were told. He was hacked down, he was shot in the eye with an arrow. We all learned that at school, you know, but nobody really knows. And the Bayeux Tapestry is basically a little bit of Norman spin doctoring. you know, a bit like Shakespeare with the Tudors painting the people before the Tudors to not be what they were. So yeah, so we're never actually going to know, but it's a tale we all do. It's a tale we all familiar with. Right. So the Normans have won. And it was sad, this little bit, when I read it, just put the last ever Saxon king of England was dead. And although when you look at, if you go down the genetic side, yeah, they were German, the Saxons, they came from, or you know, what was Francia at the time, but they weren't English, but it's still, that was the last English king. It was like with the death of Richard III, you know, the last Plantagenet to ever sit on a throne of England. It's sad. It's the end of an era. And I just found that really sad reading that. He was the last ever Saxon king of England, and now he's dead. So William, he was now the conqueror, and he set off eventually to claim the throne. Now, what he'd failed to realise was that just because he'd killed the current king, it didn't automatically make him King of England, because there was still the Witan. And the Witan always got to choose who the king was, regardless of what your claim was. And so with Harold dead, the Witan then decided that they were going to support the 15-year-old Edgar the Atheling, who we mentioned right at the beginning, because they wanted this Saxon prince as the king. Now, it was up to William to change the minds if he wanted to be selected as king. And he sat at Hastings after the battle for a fortnight before he realised that the Witan weren't going to come to him. So he decided, right, well, I'll go to London and I will see them. And on the way, he took the seaports of Dover, he took Canterbury Cathedral, he kind of laid waste and caused quite a bit of terror going through the countryside as far as London. Because if you can't use reason, then use brute force and terror tactics. So that was that. And on Christmas Day in 1066, William was crowned the first ever Norman King of England. Now, just as I'm about to finish with that little bit, the little aside that I wanted to make, when I said that, you know, as far as Harold was concerned, that was the last, you know, when he put paid to Harold Hardrada's invasion, that was the last ever invasion of the Vikings. Well, technically it wasn't, because the Normans were the descendants of the Vikings, the Northmen. And Normandy was the land that had been given to, you all know Rollo out of Vikings, who then became King Rolf of Normandy, or Duke Rolf of Normandy. He was a Viking. And the Vikings were given Normandy in order to keep them out of the rest of France. Stay there. Normandy, no man's land, Northman's land. So in effect, the Vikings got their own way in the long run. A very convoluted route there, but yeah, that was a kind of a nice little way to round it up, is that although they calling them the Normans, it's actually Vikings back again, and this time they get to keep the throne. So I don't really know how I feel about that. I don't know whether I feel that I should cheer them on. You know, I mean, we're talking, you know, these are probably some of my blood relatives going down the annals of history. But I don't actually know how I feel about it. I don't know what you guys think. I'm just sad that the Saxon way of life was basically done away with. I'm sad that there was never going to be another Saxon king sitting on the throne. I'm quite glad that by a sneaky, circuitous route, the Vikings did eventually get to rule England. But the way that, following on from his coronation, the way that William the Conqueror then proceeded to carve up England to all the different nobles who he'd promised, parcels of land to, in order that they would support him and help him to try and regain or try and gain the throne of England. And it just completely messed up, changed, and did away with the way of life in England, the Saxon way of life, the feudal system. We had all this thing like the fjords, everything, things like that just went. The way of farming went. The Normans came with their huge impressive stone buildings, which we didn't have prior to that. They were building these gigantic stone cathedrals, and yeah, they look beautiful, but this was what came with the Normans. So not only were the people change, but the landscape started to change as well. So yeah, and I know everything changes, and it's for the better a lot of the time. However, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. So what do you guys think? Or is that just me being a little bit mardy-arsed? And I'll just stop chattering for a moment. And obviously, if anybody's got any questiones, please feel free to throw them in. Right. Oh, just checking my notes to make sure there's nothing that I missed out. Because I have a good habit of doing that. I write something down and remember it later and go, oh, I never told him that. No. I think we're all there. That was it, all done and dusted. So, what would you guys like to cover? Because this is definitely not going to be a long one tonight. Absolutely, definitely, positively honest. I thought maybe if I come on for a couple of hours, I'm really tired at the moment as well. So if you want a general chit chat, if you want to talk more about what we've just discussed about the Saxons and the Vikings and the Norman invasion, or anything you want to know about the different battles or the weaponry, I do not mind. I am yours for another hour at least. I have a vape. I'm quite happy with this. So I can stay nice and chillaxed. Just go back and make sure I haven't missed any of the comments. No, that's a first for me. So, well, as and when anybody wants to comment on what we've discussed, tomorrow is going to be the Enfield Poltergeist night. So it can be a little bit scary, some of it, depending how freaky you are, but we're looking at it more from the investigative side. Oh, did I look at Conisbrough Castle? No, do you know what? You told me about this, Sheila, and I couldn't find the flipping name again because I didn't write it down. But do you know what? I'm going to do it now. I'll put it in my book alongside Felching, that mythical place in the north of England. Conisbrough. Right, let me write it down. Yeah, I just couldn't remember the name, and I know that we were talking, and I said, is it similar to the keep at Clitheroe? Because that's a Norman keep as well, isn't it? I'm really, I'm really funny because certain parts of history, I mean, I love all history, but there's certain parts that I tend to shy away from. And that period around the Norman conquest, I've never really wanted to get into, which is crazy because I love it right up to 1066. And then I've got kind of 100 years where I don't really want to know. And then I get back into it again because I love all the Plantagenet era, you know, and you're going from, you've got people like Edward the First and onwards. So yeah, I'd say I've probably got an era of around about 100 years where my interest wanes a little. But you can't, you can't take away from the Normans that the construction ability was unbelievable. You know, it was like nothing that was ever seen over here. And you know this with the archaeologists now as well, because, you know, how often do they find traces of Saxon settlements? They're like hen's teeth, as rare as hen's teeth. You know, they have found some, but very, very few, considering this was a Saxon populated country from the north to the south, to find not even a handful of sites. Oh, do you think, Sheila? The thing is, I do love the Wars of the Roses. I love, because that's the other area of history that I studied. So I've got this Viking Saxon period, and probably I'd say probably from around about the 5th century up to 1066, and I love it. And then I've got that little gap. So late Norman period, I'm all right, but I've always found it's a bit, I think it's that transitional period, you know, from Saxon to Norman. And whether it's just because I think the Normans were bastards, I don't know. And because they really did treat the Saxons horrendously bad, didn't they? You know, once they got in power. And I shouldn't feel like that because, you know, one of our family surnames is a Norman surname. It came over with William the Conqueror. So there's definitely some Norman in there somewhere, but I've just got this little aversion for them. But then I pick up again roundabout with, you know, with the Plantagenets, which I love. What's your favourite, Sheila? Which period of history are you most fascinated with, and do you feel is your strong point? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here, but I'm just interested. And, you know, anybody else in chat, if there's a specific era of history, you know, that you're really fascinated with, just let me know. I mean, history, plus my uncle was a history teacher as well before he retired. So, you know, grew up with him as well. God, what he didn't know. Although we do disagree on a few things. One of which is Richard III, because I really am a firm supporter of Richard III, and I don't believe he did half the shit that got attributed to him. Whereas my uncle isn't. He's all for the Tudors. So yeah, we've had a few heated debates on that. And I'm hoping in a couple of weeks I'll manage to get some good historical video for you all. And interesting stuff. Because I am, and I'm not going to say, because knowing my luck, he's probably listening, but I am kidnapping Porky, and we're going somewhere exciting. Still in this country, obviously, but I think it's exciting anyway. So I'm fully intending to get the old camera going, and hopefully that'll give you guys something interesting to watch. I mean, I don't know what you think about the Wars of the Roses, guys, because that's another. I mean, I've still got loads to cover on the Vikings. If you guys want me to keep doing Vikings, I'll do it because there's so much stuff. But another area that, as I've just said, I love that period. You know, going up to 1485. Oh, does it, Sheila? Oh, wow. So the history of Conisbrough then, because it involves the Battle of Hastings and Hamlin Plantagenet. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that when we get off this live then, Sheila. Thank you. It's like I was talking to was it Danny and Cassius who were up the other night when I was talking about Elizabeth Woodville and saying that she's got blood ties to every royal family in Europe through her children. And it was the same with Rollo, the Viking, who became Rolf of Normandy. He's the great-great-great-grandfather of William the Conqueror. And he's also got blood ties to our current royal family. Oh, thanks for that, Sheila. Is that the link for it? Brilliant. Thank you. I'll have a watch of that later. Oh, I never thought, just in case. I don't know who's in, but I'll drop the link in case anybody wants a nit-nat. I mean, I'm open for suggestion. Oh, there's a little link, but there are a few videos of it. Thank you, Sheila. No, I really appreciate that. I'll pick it up later. There's a link if anybody wants to hit it. You don't have to, but feel free if you want to. I mean, as you know, I've already said this, my thing is history. I do like true crime, but it's not my thing. I'm interested in it when other people are doing it, but it's not my thing. Other than the only one I really am into, as you know, is Jack the Ripper, which I'm not going to cover because that's Bam's doing that, and hopefully as and when, you know, we'll finish that one off. But really, I'm thinking more, I don't know, it kind of gets my mettle up when we're doing history because I really get fascinated by it. So if there are any periods of history you guys want to me to do a bit of research on or talk about or find things out about, I'm quite happy to do that. Because I still want to look into these cloud warriors of South America, the Bolivian cloud warriors we were talking about, and the Nazca Plains, because the Nazca people, again, are also supposed to be these tall European-looking, blue-eyed ruling class, and they've got these connections with all these drawings on the plains of Nazca. So I started looking into the cloud warriors and I started looking into the Nazca people, and then I dropped down a rabbit hole that you wouldn't believe because there was all sorts coming out. So that's something that would just need a live all to itself. I think along with conspiracy theories and possible aliens, and which I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah. So, but yeah, I'm thoroughly open to any suggestions. As I said, tomorrow, looking at the Enfield poltergeist. So we've been doing the research for the best part of a month, on and off, because obviously Denny had to move house, didn't she? And I booked this one in the other day. I thought, you know what, I'll just get the date in and the time in, and then it's there, and then we can't veer off. And as we said at the time, right, I'll see you on that day at that time, and we'll meet somewhere in the middle, because we hadn't discussed our separate research. We're just hoping that we can do it in a chat format. So if we start talking about it, and if I feel that she's missed something out, I can interject. and vice versa. And then I'm really looking forward to hearing, as Jules Kitch was saying, she's got some tales to tell. Green Eyes has got some tales to tell. Simple's Meerkat, if you're feeling up to it, love, I know you're listening. She has some tales to tell. Anybody else, you're very welcome. Anybody who's watching, who doesn't, you know, even if you don't normally join in, you're very welcome to pop up. Apart from anybody who wants to get up swinging willies, because we know this happens on other channels, and you won't be swinging them on this one, and that is not a challenge to accept. It's no gauntlet being thrown on the ground. We just don't want it. So yeah, so I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow. I've still got a bit of work to carry on with that, because I've done this Route 1066 work. Sheila, I like the Tudors, but fascinated by the Nazca lines and Machu Picchu. Oh yeah, the Aztecs and Egyptians, more ancient history. Well, you know, I do like that side of it, although I didn't study it. You know, that wasn't part of my degree, and I didn't study it for A levels or at school. I did touch on Greek, well, it wasn't even Greek history, it was Greek mythology. So I like the Greek mythology, and I do know a lot of those old stories. But with the stuff like Machu Picchu, and I can't say it, is it Tiwanaku, whatever it is. It's another one of those ancient sites, either Aztec or Inca in South America. And that's another place that's been built along the lines of Machu Picchu, and with the stonework that couldn't have been carried out unless you had modern tools, but it was made in the Stone Age times. So it's all things like that, and places like Newgrange in Ireland, you know, the burial tomb there that is perfectly aligned. Yeah, you know what I mean then, don't you, Sheila? It's got, yeah. Now, if Joe, I don't know if Joe's still listening, although if she can't find her glasses, she can't really type it. But if I'm mispronouncing it, is there any way that you could type it in phonetically for me? Like I said, I'm going to go with Tawanico, but I'm probably wrong. There's another one, isn't there, Sheila, as well? We've got that Tawanico, we've got Machu Picchu, and there's another one. There's a lost city in the jungle. Oh, God. Cooper, no. Stop. You're not doing it. Bloody dog from Satan. But yeah, I read I don't know if any of you have read the Eric Van Daniken books. I think was it Frida who said she'd read some of those. And he goes and he's been and looked at all of those, you know, the ancient sites, and he's been drawing up similarities between them. And like we were talking the other day about the Easter Island, all these different places. So I do like, I'm really interested in them, but I don't know. I know a little bit about a lot of them. I don't know a lot about all of them. So I can talk a bit, but I can't guarantee that what I'm going to be telling you is accurate, because even with stuff I know about, I get lost partway through sometimes. I have a bit of a brain fart. But I'd love, I don't know how you'd be fixed at some point in the future, Sheila, but I'd love it if you could come up at some point and tell us about, you know, that archaeological dig you went on, where you found the bodies under the church, because I would love to hear about that. Teotihuacan. Is that what it's, is that it? Teotihuacan, is that Teotihuacan, is that right, Joe? Teotihuacan. I'm sorry for butchering a native language, I really am. But thank you. I hate it, you know, when you try and say a word that's foreign to you and you just totally slaughter it. And I always worry in case I've offended somebody. But yeah, it's those pyramids, Sheila. Yeah. Teotihuacan. Right, we'll have to remember that. Teotihuacan. I mean, if you look, I mean, how old are they? They're thousands and thousands of years old. It's like that Baalbek we were talking about in Libya the other night. You know, that gigantic city that was apparently built to keep the giants out. You know, they thought at first that it was built by giants, but then the theory is that it was built to keep the giants out. And the other one as well, which I'm guessing some of you would have seen, at Petra. You know, if you go from Jordan, you know, the temple at Petra, which was on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is, you know, it's a real place. And I mean, that is, it's an unbelievable temple that's been carved into a sheer rock face. Yeah, whatever, the Aztecs and Mayan civilizations. I tell you what else was interesting, Sheila, was that another theory, you know, that they were, now I've got to get this right, it was either the Aztecs or the Incas, wasn't it, who used to do these, they have the depictions of them doing sacrifices, human sacrifices, where they'll cut open somebody and they'll have them on a slab in front of all the crowds, and they'll cut them open and they'll cut the heart out. And which looks, I mean, obviously the Celts and the Vikings and all civilizations have done something bloody horrific at some point. But this is like, it's pretty minging, isn't it? And they do it while the person was alive. And one of the theories that Eric Van Daniken came up with, yeah, that's it. One of the theories that Eric Van Daniken came up with, because he's obviously all for this, we were visited by alien civilizations who helped to advance us. Aztecs, thank you, Joe. And his theory was that, he said, is it outside of the realms of possibility that these people are performing what their version is, or what their interpretation is, of having seen ancient civilizations, alien civilizations, at some point performing surgeries? And this has been a word of mouth thing passed down, because they always did. They were like these sun sacrifices, weren't they, that were to try and encourage the gods to come back. Oh, sorry, it's a tough one. I went as a little girl, took a loose piece of obsidian from the pyramid grounds. Oh, did you? Have you still got it, Joe? Oh, they used to bleed themselves through the tongues. Oh gosh, that doesn't. Do you know what? That's just brought an image back to me of flipping Jackass, when that lad he gave himself a paper cut on his tongue. Oh, my legs have gone funny now just talking about it. Ugh. But yeah, so if anybody hasn't read those Eric Van Daniken books, they're really worth getting into, because some of the suggestions that he comes up with. Lost the rock. I'm obsessed with rocks. Well, Joe, you and me both. I've actually, at some point, I might film it for you and you can laugh at me. I've got a rock collection. And they're not big rocks, they're like little rocks, but wherever I went to, I used to pick a stone up, a pretty stone or a pretty little rock. And I've got rocks from all over the world, and then it became a standing joke. So when my dad was stationed overseas, he would send me or bring me back a rock. And both my brothers, when, you know, Afghanistan and Iraq, I got rocks brought back from there. And I nearly got stuck with a volcano. I went to St. Vincent a few years ago, and there's a volcano then. It's still active. It's Le Soufriere, I think it's called. And we decided we were going to go up, and I wanted to have rocks from the volcano. So I've got these, they were like a cheap, like a deck shoe, really. And we walked up the volcano, and I'm determined I want these rocks, and I want them as high up as I can get them. And we stopped to have photographs taken, and then I realised that my shoes were melting. I'm like, what the hell? So that could have had a nasty ending. So yeah, I did get my little stone, but yeah, I came down before I melted. Oh, hi, Pork Chop. Hello. Have you changed your photo? I'm going to put you on the screen so I can see it better. Oh, you collect dirt, do you? Oh, you've changed your photo. It'd be good to find a meteorite. Oh, yeah, I know. Now I get little stones. I sometimes do. Not always, just sometimes. Now, why have you changed your picture? You wanted to show off your good side. Well, it's not an arse, is it? I'm struggling to see. Oh, bless you. You're hiding your real self. That's what it is. You've missed our... Were you listening in, or did you miss our Route 1066? So I managed to do the whole Battle of Fulford, Battle of Stamford Bridge, and the Battle of Hastings, and we did it all in an hour. Oh, Sheila's saying hello. Yeah, Pork Chop. Hello, Sheila, and hello, Sheila and Lady Witch. Sorry I missed it all. You better start again. No, I don't want to bore this lot to death again. I was saying I was feeling quite sad that the Normans won, and I don't know why, because my family's got links to the Normans. However, I just felt really sad that the Saxons, that was it. You know, Harold Godwinson was the last ever Saxon king of England. It was such a shame. So we've gone from that to talking about collecting rocks and stones from sacred places or from places that we visit. We haven't got as far as food yet, and we haven't got as far as smut yet. Oh, Joe Mardry, hey, Pork Chop, I made a talk about rocks. I think he thought I was talking about his little stones, Joe, but I wasn't. Did it start with once upon a time and end with, and I hope you learned your lesson? No, it didn't. No, I tried to keep it nice and educational and interesting. You sarcastic get. I went through battle tactics, which you missed, and weaponry, and how they broke the shield wall, which isn't what we discussed the other night. It was a totally new concept from the Normans. So, yeah. And I talked about, what else did I cover, guys? Oh, yeah, it was just the battle formations at the 3 different battles. You died twice tonight. Was a sad night in my hole. Oh, no. Are you still playing, though? Still got a couple of hours to go, haven't you? Simples. I've been trying to get my laptop to talk to the printer. What a fanny on. The laptop before this one did it no bother. Eventually I had to uninstall and reinstall before the drivers would update. And now you're out of ink. What do you think of them giant balls of Costa Rica? I know. Because they're perfectly smooth, aren't they? And didn't they have them? Weren't they taking them from sacred sites, Sheila, and putting them up as kind of modern? What's the word for it? Modern statues and sculptures. And then they found out they're actually these ancient this architecture that's just been pilfered from the jungles. Oh, you finished for now, waiting for your healthy pizza to arrive. Lovely. Well, you can say what's everybody had for the tea. I can just get me fix out the way now. Me trying not to ask people what they're eating and failing miserably. I had some homemade spag bol with way too much garlic in it. Majority of them are smooth and spherical and range from the size of a golf ball to weighing 40 tons. I know, they're bizarre, aren't they? I've seen photographs of people standing near them. And the other one is those crystal skulls. You know, because they found so many crystal skulls, haven't they? And I think, was there a prison that was found? That was somewhere in South America. Too much garlic is not possible, but continue. Well, it's too much considering I breathed on the dog and he got off the sofa and looked at me in disgust. I may as well have shit in his face, to be fair. Oh, Kathy, you've had fish and chips. Lovely. Hi, Green Eyes. Oh, they are. We've got the tag team in, Green Eyes and Pork Chop. Sheila, there's thousands of them. There are. What do you think they were used for? Yeah, that's right. They do getting having them in the gardens and all sorts of stuff. I saw one and it was in a town, and I think I can't remember which one it was, but it's somewhere in South America. And they were saying it had been there for years and years and years before they realised it was an ancient an ancient artifact, and it was actually set on a plinth in some concrete. But how the hell did they get them that smooth? Coming at you out of the sun, Green Eyes, go high and right. I'm a bit slow, I've only just woken up. Oh, chicken. They're obviously paperweights, and then everyone had to keep up with the Joneses. Yeah, giants use them to play marbles. I know, but what use would... Because I don't think that they were... eyes on the prize. I don't think that they were just decorative. You know, I sometimes thought of, like Indiana Jones, that very first film, and when he goes and he's trying to steal that little icon from the temple somewhere in South America, and as he takes it, that big giant ball starts to roll down, and he's just like running for his life through this temple to get out. And I thought, I wonder if it could have been something like that, ways of weighting down something, some form of engineering. I don't know. I've never really thought about it in too much depth. Balls were not just limited to Costa, they've been found hundreds of miles away. Eosh, cannonballs. No, I don't think they're the gods' marbles. That's what Kathy said, Sheila. Maybe, do you know, is it impossible that they could have been some form of, if not a cannonball, a slingshot? If they had some form of weaponry that would fire these things? Maybe. So maybe they were defensive structure and taken away as trophies. Exactly. Oh, find my glasses by my abalone shell collection. I can see again. Yay! Go you. Yeah, we just. I don't know if you have any thoughts on those, Joe. What those giant balls were for? Yes, yes, pork chop, and yes, Lady Witch. Same type of thing. It could that be possible? But like you say, if one of them weighs 40 tons, you know, that would be one hell of a trebuchet, wouldn't it? And I would highly doubt that it would have been made out of wood, the same as ours were, in order to fling a 40-ton ball. The smaller ones, yes, absolutely, but something of that size. Or could that have been something that would have been rolled down a hill at an approaching enemy? But if that's the case, then wouldn't there be huge groups of them all found together? Maybe transport like used as wheel runners. Yeah. I mean, we can't say, can we? But if they were, I'm going off on another one here. But if they were just going to be used as, say, runners or even as weapons, they wouldn't have had to be that smooth, would they? That perfect. It wouldn't have mattered if they had the odd lump and bump here or there, or indentation or something. Also, there are huge groups found together. What, enough that you would look and go, oh, these were being thrown or fired at an enemy? That's the kind of thing that I'm meaning. Oh, are they not? I thought they were pork chop. See, again, it's not something I know. As I said before, it's not something I know a great deal about. I pick little bits and pieces up. But when I do that, I tend to get stuff wrong. So some have chunks missing, probably. Oh, okay. It's the possibly impact mark. Yeah. Mm. Again, it's something that can be open to discussion, isn't it? And I suppose you can debate this one forever and still not come anywhere close. They did say at one time that they were used to show the solar system, but no one knows. Joe says 40 tons, perhaps glacial runoff from moving earth plates long ago. Yosemite has granite boulders like that. What are they that perfectly round? They're too round though, aren't they? I mean, even if you think about pebbles on the beach, and if they're caught inside, with the tide and what have you, and they could be caught inside like a gap in a rock. So they'll sit there and they'll swirl around and swirl around every time the tide comes in and out. And over time, they will carve like a bit of a circular spot within that rock. And they will, to a certain extent, start to round themselves off as well, these little stones, but they'll never be perfectly smooth and perfectly round. Very smooth and in the middle of valleys. Maybe they were thrown, Joe. Maybe they could be propelled over great distances. Then again, they could be anything, a form of community service for prisoners to work on over the centuries. Could be. You don't know, though, do you? You don't know. And also, does anybody know what is the stone that they're made from the areas that they're found in? You know, a bit like with Stonehenge that we were talking about, that stone isn't local. Yeah, so you're looking at sea tumble stones now. It's rare to find a perfect circle. It is. Lady Witch, I wonder about the topography of the land over time, perhaps from water. Yeah, well, and that's what I was just saying. But like Joe's saying there, it's very rare to find something that will be perfectly rounded. I mean, maybe if there was just one stone that was tumbled in a gap in a rock over time, then it's got nothing else that's hitting it, that would possibly have the ability to become more or less perfectly round. We had this discussion, Kame. They've discovered now that the stone is a lot more local than first thought for Stonehenge. Oh yeah, I know, but it's not actually there at that site, is it? That stone wasn't dug up at Stonehenge. It was, yes, closer than they thought, but it wasn't actually dug up at that site. What I'm meaning is, with these cylindrical balls, yeah, so 20 miles away, but it's still a significant distance in, Stone Age times or Bronze Age times to transport. It's still a feat to get it from A to Z. So I'm just wondering if these stones were found it's like the heads on Easter Island. That stone is local. They found the quarry and they found some of these heads that are partially carved out from the rock, but it looks like those heads weren't. Oh, and he's off. The heads weren't transported in pieces and then assembled. They were actually being carved out in one whole block. Stop. Oh, sorry, we have a bit of a dog yapping incident. Cooper, enough. Enough. No. Noisy bagger. So yeah, I don't know, and obviously I can't look on. I can't Google it at the moment because if I do that, then I'm going to lose the stream again. So yeah, that's just something I'd be quite interested to know. But it's the same all over, isn't it? A lot of these ancient monuments have been created with materials that aren't local. Now, I know as Pork Chops just said then that they have discovered that the stones from Stonehenge were a lot closer than they thought they had been. But even so, it's still significant distances for the time to move things of that weight. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it, Sheila? It's really bizarre. Oh, sorry, we're going to have a load of barking. It's bin day tomorrow, and I've got the neighbours dragging bins up the ginnels. Oh, right. Do you want to all hear? Sorry, I'm just going to go off on one now, but it's just reminded me because I know who's bringing the bin out. So, do you remember the cat shit saga from the other night? Well, she went out before, so I went in my garden, and I've picked up all the cat shit. And I've deposited it in her garden at strategic spots so it looks like her own cat has had a shit fest over the last 24 hours. So we'll see what happens. But she won't know it's come from me. It's like the stone they built the pyramids. That was from miles away. Yeah, and again, look at the size of that green eyes. And I know some of these... Yeah, well, no, what I've done with it, I've put it in some of a plant pot. I mean, there was tons of it, reeking stuff. I've put some of it in a plant pots and some of it just around the bases of different pots and things. So she'll just notice it, stinking turds. And we'll see what happens. But yeah, when you look at... cat shit gate, yeah. So we've had, what have we had so far? We've had Knobgate, Humpgate, Cold Flannel Gate, and now cat shit gate. Greenhouse, there is one block that is bloody humongous. Cutting it alone would be impossible, never mind moving it. Is that the one I was talking about the other night? Where I said that it's so huge that even today they would not be able to have to move it in any way, shape, or form by the machinery that we have available and our technology. Yet it is a gigantic. It's like an oblong, and to me, it doesn't look like it would be a building brick. That looks like it would be some form of maybe intended to be stood up. like an obelisk of some sort. But there's a guy standing on it. I didn't realise. And there's a guy standing on it, and he's tiny. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Sheila. But again, the stone is there. It's not in situ. There's no way, because of the size and weight of it, that it could have been moved by people. They've estimated its weight and so on. Oh, did you, Sheila? Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And yet they were saying that they don't even know how it could have got there, because you just couldn't move it. You physically couldn't move it. So how did it get there? It's still uncut from the quarry bedrock under. Oh, well, that's not the one I'm thinking of then, Sheila. There's one that has been cut out and it's been moved. So it's in the place it wasn't cut from. However, they've got no idea how they got it there. It's completely cut free. So this must be another one. I need to look into that and find out where it was. So I'm presuming the one that you're talking about is in Egypt. Yeah, so Green Eyes, you're on about the same one as me, aren't you? Did you know in 2014 they worked out how they moved the stones for the pyramids? I don't actually. Do you want to share that with us? They left it as it cracked, so it wasn't perfect. Not sure if they worked out how they actually built them yet. Well, that's the thing with the building of them. I mean, yes, they had thousands and thousands and thousands of slaves doing it, but it doesn't matter how many slaves you've got, it's still going to take an inordinate amount of time to construct, especially like the Great Pyramid, the size of that damn thing. And they've still not found, there are a lot of these tombs and so on that they're only recently starting to uncover, because they've recently found some more, haven't they? Oh, they made this. Oh, I'll pin that one because I didn't know that. They made the sand in front of a sled wet, which reduced friction. Was meant to have been debunked about ramps and rollers. Yeah, but think about it. So even if you have wet sand in front of the sled as you're moving it, how are you going to get those bricks right up to the top of the pyramid? Joe, aliens, yeah, I said it, yeah. Well, I think it could be. Well, it's like that guy, isn't it, on the Ancient Aliens program? He goes, it could be aliens. And with the curly mad hair, the Greek named fella. I mean, the years and years and years, there's no way the precision of the vaults and passageways inside make it impossible. Yeah, I know. They've either got some fantastic technology that by some freak of nature was lost, and all of a sudden nobody could remember it. It's exactly the same as we were talking the other night about those Ulfbert swords. That's him, Giorgio Zakalis. That's him. Crazy guy. But how can you have this such advanced technology, hundreds or thousands, depending what you're referring to, hundreds or maybe thousands of years before it's actually possible to do it, but they had ways of doing it, and then it suddenly vanishes? It's like there's been some case of mass amnesia that suddenly wiped this know-how from either texts or by word of mouth. Did everybody suddenly die? Well, they could have been, couldn't they? You hear tales that some of these Egyptians would they'd have the burial chambers inside of the of the pyramids, and then they would, because they'd have secret chambers, they'd then put to death the architects so that they never could divulge the secrets of how to get in and rob the tombs. Egyptian sat in desert with a huge pile of stones scratching the heads. Alien ship arrives and winds the window down. Need to live with them, do you fellas? Could you say it didn't happen though? It could have. It could have. You go to that, I mean, look at that guy. Again, we're going away from the subject slightly, but yeah, I think so too, Green Eyes. I think so too. Look at that guy who in Todmorden, you know, the owl fella who went out to get some pint of milk on a Sunday afternoon and was found days later, was it a week or two later, looking like he'd only just walked out the house. He had no stubble on him. He wasn't dirty. He was still presentable. And he was found dead on top of a huge pile of coal, as though he'd just been lowered down from the skies. And that's happened in this country. Joe, lost craftsmanship knowledge. Humans rediscover things and forget easily. Crazy humans. Well, yeah. They still think it was a way of harnessing electricity. Yes, yeah. Earth resets itself through natural disaster or war, but the only things left standing are the pyramids. It's crazy, isn't it? I know. I mean, and that is a freaky story, but there is no other explanation for that. Was it in the 80s that happened? I think. Not sure. So when things like that happen, is it then too ridiculous to imagine that they could have possibly come and picked up a gigantic stone and dropped it exactly where you wanted it? I think not. Pyramids and lost cities of Incas was the same. Those gigantic rocks you could not get a sheet of paper between. Yeah, they fit with such precision. Again, they were saying the precision that was needed in order to get those. And don't forget, we're talking Stone Age. So they would have had to be chiseled by hand, each of those gigantic rocks, and chiseled by hand so perfectly that they would fit as though they had been machine cut. And there's such a tight fit, they didn't need cement or any form of anything in order to get those rocks to stick together and support whatever structure was above them. Joe Mardry says, yes, pork chop. They got a little knowledge and help, I think. Well, I think they did. The knowledge came from somewhere. You know, and I'll throw another one out. Could it be, you know, is it again too ridiculous to suggest time travel? Could somebody have gone back and interfered, perhaps? Just a discussion topic. Sound vibrations levitating rocks is a theory. Would love to see the pyramids. Yes, I would, Frida. I'd love to have seen them way back when. You know, when they were first built, as they should have been, because some they reckon were cut. Was it the Great Pyramid? They reckon would have been had gold leaf on the outside or something. I'm sure I read that one of these pyramids would have been covered in gold, so that when the sun caught it, you could see it for miles. Pork chop, or the Egyptians were going to use them as a wall. Fella turns up at the Pharaoh's house one day, says, those fucking aliens have used those stones for another one of those things they keep building. And he's off. Same with Gobek Il Teep. Oh, yeah. Gobble Tepe or whatever it's called in Turkey. Yes, it is. It is Green Eyes. White limestone with gold top. Sheila says, green eyes, yeah. I want them to keep digging. It's still mostly buried. Oh, you think they're lined up with Orion's belt? Really? I mean, a lot of these ancient, not just in Egypt, but a lot of these ancient monuments, they have got some direct link, haven't they, with either the solar system or specific times of the year. There's that theory as well with Stonehenge that it was an ancient timepiece. I don't go with that one, but certain places or points at Stonehenge do align midsummer, midwinter. And the one that is up in, I'm just gutted that Sharon isn't here. Somebody else may remember it. The stone, is it Castlerig up in Cumbria? That stone circle there. That also lines up. There is a sacrificial stone there at that stone circle, and that lights up at a certain point of the year, which is very strange. Oh, pyramids from Egypt and Mexico line up with the constellations. Wow, Joe, really? Do you know if they are the same constellations by any chance? Porkchop Spooky Bit says the Egyptian pyramids and Inca pyramids are positioned almost. Are they? Flipping heck. Sheila, that's the monolith with the dinosaurs on. Yes, yeah, and the handbags. Frida, they would have been magnificent when they were first built. I know. I wouldn't have liked to see the death toll following the building of them, though. But again, another thing as well that I noticed about it was something I picked up years ago, that they'd say that these pyramids would be taking, decades to complete. Yet a couple of them were built very hastily, weren't they? They got the and I can't remember the name of the pharaoh. I'm sure, yeah, Sheila, you'll probably know. And they were thrown up really quickly, and we're talking relatively quickly, just a matter of a few years rather than decades. How can they make something that big that quickly? Health and safety turned a blind eye at the time. Pyramids are all over the world. They follow ley lines. I believe they were powerhouses. Oh, the bent pyramids. Well, but again, there's a lot of debate over whether ley lines actually exist or not, aren't there? I do believe in ley lines existing. I'm not saying I don't, but there is a lot of discussion and debate about it. And we've got ley lines running not far from here. And the funny thing is that where the ley lines are is usually where, I forget who it was who did this search in the UK, and they did a check as to where the ley lines were in relation to where UFO or excessive paranormal activity had been documented. So any masses of UFO sightings and or paranormal activity, and they were clustered along these ley lines. Toot's tomb was a grotty little tomb, not meant for a god, even though he had all the gold in. Yeah. The cursed tomb. Do you believe that curse, though, Green Eyes? Because it's weird, isn't it? They were all croaking after opening it. There is a massive pyramid buried under a hill in the former Yugoslavia. Is the pork chop? I've never heard of that one. Pyramids in Africa are meant to be older than Egypt. You see? And don't forget again, was it, I can't remember, last week, the week before, when I started looking into these cloud warriors and star children, that there is a tribe in Africa, and we're talking Central Africa, who would have never ever seen the white faces didn't even have televisions, and they had stories that were passed down for generations. We're talking hundreds of years about these gods that came down, and they're describing them as tall, white-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde-haired. Sheila Green Eyes, I think Howard Carter stashed all the gold he found and put it into that one tomb. Oh, do you? Green Eyes, we need to think of a way to cover up the fact that Egypt is in Africa. But it's not Africa, is it? It's just like the top bit of Africa. Nobody ever says Egypt is Africa, but you are right, obviously. Nubian pyramids. Good. Yes, you were talking about the Black Pharaohs, Green Eyes. Don't laugh at him, you just encourage him. I do things like that all the time. I'll say something and I'll be like, oh, yeah, you got me. Tell you the other thing I really got into as well was about the Ark of the Covenant. You know, supposedly that it's residing in Ethiopia. Because I got a real shock when I watched that documentary, and because I didn't realise that Ethiopia, stupid me, it shows my ignorance, but I didn't realise that Ethiopia was a predominantly Christian country. It's like an Orthodox Christian country. And every year at Christmas, they do a pilgrimage, and they go, I couldn't even tell you how many miles. We love programs about that and read a few books. Yeah, and it's supposed to be in this. They have it's like a building that the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to still be in, and one priest is selected, and they live there, don't they? I saw that doc on Ethiopia, the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, did you, Joe? It's great, isn't it? But I felt really sorry because they select this one priest, don't they? And he never ever comes out of that enclosure until he dies, and then he's replaced by another priest. What a lonely existence. But, you know, the faith carries them through. Frida Stargate, love that movie. Oh, I did. But, you know, is that impossible to imagine? Things like that, those type of programs, they're what started opening up me with all these weird and wonderful ways of thinking. You know, and I'm not saying I believe it. It's just, I like to look at possibilities, shall we say. Greenwich, yeah, live there for life, then pass it on. He never leaves protecting it. It's amazing. It is, isn't it? And they're obviously getting something wonderful out of it. It's obviously the faith, isn't it? But the priests go blind with cataracts. They think the ark is radioactive. Well, again, that's something that Eric Van Daniken brings up, because, you know, when they're talking about in the Bible and they're talking about the Ark of the Covenant, and they were saying that, you know, if your enemies, they had to wear these special robes, and he's saying that to me sounds as though it was special protective garments, and that people who looked on the Ark of the Covenant, and they would come down with, and they'd say things like blindness and boils and sickness. And he said, when you read that and you put it into modern terms, he said, these people who've looked on this Ark of the Covenant when they shouldn't have, or they've touched it, he said, those descriptions they're giving out is of radioactive, it's poisoning. He said they are suffering from radioactive poisoning. There's some photos of the on the Nephilim Facebook page showing a Stargate in Turkey in ruins. See, I don't use Facebook, Green Eyes. I said have a look, but if you've got any links to it from anywhere else, if you could share them, that would be great. Put up the Bosnian pyramid is massive. It's in a place called Visoko. If anyone wants to have a look, yeah. Have you got any links for it, Porky? And you can stick them in. You'll have to remind me of these because I'll forget. Oh yeah, Green Eyes. Thanks, Put Shop. We'll look. Yeah, I just love anything like this. All these strange things. And this Bosnian pyramid, is this the one that you said is buried? Is it in a mountain or something? Or is it in flat ground? And the same with those Nubian pyramids that Sheila and Green Eyes mentioned, because I don't know about those either. Alien tech. Yes, it is, Joe. But the saying, what Van Daniken said was that could it have been part of, say, a craft? Because he said, if you think about it, these are primitive people. So they don't know, a spaceman in a spacesuit or with a jetpack on his back flying around is an angel, or, the sound of I don't know, a loud hailer could be the voice of God. It's just that they correlate these things with what they know, don't they? The things that they're familiar with, that's what they will liken them to. And so could it have been a bit of a craft? They're not sure what it is. They think it's been a gift from God. But they've also, or it could have been some bit of equipment that way back in the day, they had been told that they had to wear these special outfits. They had to wash if they touched it. They had to cover their eyes if they opened it. And things, again, through decades and generations, things get changed in the telling, don't they? It's covered with vegetation now, but we'll get a link for you. Thanks, honey. Frida, someone tried to stop it falling off a cart, touched it and died. It's recorded in the Bible. Yes, that's it. And when you read about what that person died of, and other people as well who've come near, like I said, he said it definitely sounds like radioactive poisoning. Oh, Pork Chops dropped a link there. Thank you. Any guys who want to hit that link to the Smithsonian that Pork Chop has dropped. There are huge pyramids in China covered by vegetation as well. They've not excavated them, go figure. There's a lot of stuff, Sheila, that they haven't excavated. Things that they know are there as well. Do you know, isn't it crackers? I love the way this chat goes. We came in talking about 1066 and the Battle of Hastings and Stamford Bridge in Fulford. And now we're talking about alien architecture and hidden pyramids. I love you guys. The randomness is awesome. There's one in Australia, but they won't let them excavate it. Why? Do you know why? Is it on sacred land or something, Green Eyes? Because I suppose, I mean, I'm going to guess, but I would suppose Australia, to a certain extent, is going to be governed by the same rules as North America, that if it could possibly be a native or indigenous site, that you're not allowed to touch it. Yeah, I didn't know much about it either, Frida. You do say pyramid. I mean, I knew about the ones that are in Mexico. I mean, they're not identical, obviously, but I didn't know what you guys were saying about them lining up, with different constellations. Antarctica too. Oh, wow. No, they obviously don't want to know Egyptians made their way here. So many things we're told about from ancient time that really shouldn't exist, like the Baghdad battery. Oh, yeah, the Baghdad battery. Now, that's weird. There's that, and there's that timepiece, isn't there? I think we talked about this ages ago. I think, were we possibly in BAM's Live? I think talking about that timepiece they have that they found on the, I think it was you, Green Eyes. You and I were talking about it. Oh, Photoshop's got it. That's it. Thank you. Antikythera mechanism. Is there any? Is there anything you guys don't know? You're all so clever. I mean, how can they not work out how it works? There's that other thing as well. Now, was it? Let me think. Just while I'm thinking it. Oh, sorry, Sheila Potchop. Have you seen the giant metal propeller in the Egyptian Museum? Oh, I don't know about that either, Sheila. I'm going to keep. I mean, I know you probably won't, but I'll drop the link in case anybody wants to come up and discuss weird and wonderful artifacts. Lots of pulses, but 6 times more fingers to put on them. Yeah, I've not seen that either. So if you have a link for that, Sheila, if you want to drop it in. Like I said, guys, anybody wants to drop links in about anything you're interested in, you think the rest of us will enjoy, please just get a link, drop it in, and just with a little description of what it is so that we know. A huge pole made of iron that doesn't rust. Ching. I'm saying nothing. My people, I want one of those LiDAR devices where you can see through vegetation, see the structures. Do you know that LiDAR's weird because we've used those for work. As part of my job is we are going to dox myself, but anyway, we're looking at returning the, you water courses get altered, don't they? And you've got all these, the associated problems with straightened water courses, and we're trying to return. Oh, have they got LiDAR on the new iPads? Oh, wow. But yeah, trying to return the rivers back to their the courses, what they call it, the paleo channels. So how they would have originally been. So it's following, the way the rivers would have meandered, because those really wide meanders are what slows down the floodwater. But when you've straightened a water course, it just causes the water to tank down at a vast rate of knots, dragging everything with it. And that's had knock-on effects over the centuries, not just for flooding, but also, reducing the spawning grounds, because gravel rifts and things don't form because they're just swept away on a straightened water channel. So we've used LiDAR for that, to actually go and try and find where the original paleo channels are, so that then they can be redug and the rivers are returned to the original courses. Iron Pillar of Delhi. Oh, right, okay. I've never heard of that. Yes, Green Eyes, Petra. I've been to Petra. That was what I was saying before. Going from Jordan, and you can only get down. You either walk down or you can go on horseback. But that's what they used in Indiana Jones and was it the Lost Crusade or whatever it was called? The one where they had the old Knights Templar who was living there with the oh, is it called the Holy Grail? That was it. Humankind cannot resist the urge to fuck about with something that isn't broken. Yeah, and it's what we do. Although some of us try to put it back how it should be. There's another one as well, Green Eyes, that I saw when I was in Turkey. I didn't go and visit it though, but it's very similar to Petra, and it's up in the mountains. Went on a day trip, and we were going to, there's these mud baths. I can't even remember the name of the damn place. I'm terrible. but it was where they did the filming, which I didn't realise at the time, but they filmed that Humphrey Bogart, the African Queen, they filmed there in Turkey through these like tall marshes and what have you. And that's where they did the filming. And above that, there are like a temple or buildings carved into the rock. And it's very similar, not to the same wonderful extent as Petra is, but they're carved up into the mountains up there or the hillside. Now, I stayed in Marmaris, so I'm trying to think. It wasn't that far from Marmaris. Oh, but is that propeller link, Sheila? For pork chops to have a look at. Or have I missed it? Let me go back and make sure. My property has a natural run to the river and pottery and things wash up. The work is fascinating. I love it, Joe. I love doing it. But things like that is, yeah. The problem is that a lot of people don't see long-term benefits from things like that. You know, because a lot of the times the rivers are straightened, not just in the UK, we're talking, you know, all over Europe and the rest of the world. Your rivers are straightened so that the land that it was formerly meandering on can be farmed or built on. So, you know, you if you leave a river with these huge curves and oxbows in them and all the rest of it, then it's using up what could otherwise be habitable or arable land, as wrong as that may be. So that's what's happened. But unfortunately, in the process, it's assisted in bringing about dreadful disasters in the form of flooding and mudslides and all the rest of it. So the Kailas temple in India carved in the ground. Oh, I've seen that, Green Eyes. I saw that on a program, but it only touched on it very briefly. He got you there, Sheila. Oh, God. Yeah, please do, Green Eyes. Please do. Oh, gosh. I think you naughty. At least he didn't say he was a felching link. That's the one good thing, I suppose. Oh, God. Do you know, all I'm thinking about now is when Kathy said fish and chips earlier. I could bloody murder fish and chips right now. So if you're still listening, love, thanks for that. Yeah, Green Eyes are carved from the top downwards. I know. How crackers is that? And I'll tell you something else that fascinated me as well. Did you watch that program on the guy who was trying to find Noah's Ark? And that was found on the top of is it top of a mountain, or is pretty sure what is the Ark is on the top of a mountain that's in Turkey, isn't it? Thanks, Kathy. No, I'm just sitting here. I'm literally sitting here thinking, oh God, I could kill for fish and chips. Joe, your stomach just growled. Oh, love. Simple make a steak, tacky sprouts and broccoli. Oh, is that what you've had tonight? Frida says, Green Eyes, it always amazes me how ancient people built and created such massive and beautiful structures. Ararat, thank you, Sheila. I couldn't remember the flipping name of it. I should have done. I was going to say, I knew it was an A, but I nearly was. Well, I almost said Ankara, however you say it. Because the other one is, I mean, there's an awful lot of stuff in Turkey, isn't there? A lot of places that they suggest are or should be or were in Turkey. Because isn't it Turkey where they were trying to suggest that possibly the Garden of Eden, or what was purported to be the Garden of Eden was? Let's put that up. Yeah, I'm going to have to try and think now, because there are a lot of places in Turkey. Oh, and you know, isn't it gutted? It's the one night that we need Dennis Kenga in here, because he's Turkish, isn't he? He could probably tell us. When I was in Turkey, I went to Ephesus. So the Roman temples at Ephesus, that was beautiful. And then Pamukkale, which are those sand. I don't think you're allowed to bathe in them anymore. It's not sand, salt. It's like they're like salt pools all up in the mountain, and that was amazing. It's a really interesting subject, Green Eyes. It is, and I'll tell you for why as well, because you can tell when everybody's interested, because we're all straight on it like dogs with bones. You don't get diverted, so we don't go off. We've had like 2 seconds on food and straight back onto it, and 1 second on a little bit of a jokey smutty joke and straight back onto it. I think it's because everybody's minds are so active and that strange Cappadocia tunnel village show in Turkey. Yes. Oh, hang on a minute now. Is it Turkey or was it Ethiopia where those the troglodytes lived? And I do recall seeing there was, I don't think he was investigating those, but there was some archaeologist and he'd gone on a trip somewhere and they'd found these caves and things that these troglodytes had lived in, but I can't remember where it was. And that was amazing. But yet again, look at that. They've got, oh, is that the one found when a guy did some DIY and found them under his house? I'm not sure. Tunisia, Gerber, I think. Oh, is that where it is, Sheila? Yeah, it was. But I mean, look, for a modern day equivalent, that's right. Yes, they did. They did fill Star Wars there. Thank you. But look at Cubopedia in Australia. That's got it's like a cave hotel, hasn't it? Green Eyes underground, and just purely because of the heat of the desert. It's just too hot to live above surface. I mean, people do. You've got air conditioning these days, but imagine that you do some DIY and found them under your house. It's like the tomb that they think is Jesus, isn't it? Like the historical Jesus rather than any mythical variant. And that was when they were doing some construction work, and apparently this tomb, it's like in somebody's back garden now. Oh, Ephesus is interesting, the Great Library. Beautiful, isn't it, Frida? I will never go back to Turkey. I have my own reasons for that. However, the one trip I made there, I did see some beautiful things. What's the London Hammer Pork Chop? I don't know that. Yes, lots of houses built underground there. Yeah. Sorry, you're going to hear me stirring. Not shit, sugar. Not even sugar, sweetener. So yeah, I don't know what the London Hammer is. That one in the rock. The ace head. Good job. It's wood. The axe head. It's wood and iron hammer dating back 700 years. Nothing strange about that until you know it's encased in rock that is 400 million years. Get away. Well, that's like that that miniature watch, isn't it? That was found in, was that in one of the Egyptian tombs? It's like the size of a ring for your finger, but it's actually I think it's a Swiss watch. You can see the hands on it. You can see, but it's obviously fossilized now. But that's thousands of years old. 400 million years old. So you call it the London hammer. Was it found in London? Read about state. Yes, the historical side of Turkey is brilliant. I didn't enjoy the commercial side of it so much. No, not at all. Not at all. I got sick of getting my arse pinched and being followed up the street. I was just like, oh no, not again. Not for me. Thank you very much. Ooh, pork chop. We'll have to look at that. Definitely time travelers. I don't know why I've never heard of this. Oh, London, Texas, not London, England. Wow. So 700 years ago. Right. So okay, so the indigenous people would have had iron by that point, I'm presuming, 700 years back. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know. Probably have to bow to greater knowledge, like from either Lady Witch or Joe. Because you're talking pre-Columbus, although it's clearly a man-made object, but why is it inside rock that is 400 million years old? Has anybody ever given an explanation for that? You know, you're always going to get a scientist out. You're saying, oh, well, what might have happened is X, Y, or Z. I can't believe I've not heard of that. Yeah, no problem, Green Eyes. We'll wake you up with all this talk. I'll do it again just in case. I think we should do... Oh, thank you, Pork Chop. Thank you. There's the link. So that's one there for Green Eyes when she comes back, and I'll have a look at it later on. Let's put that comment up. So yeah, so I'm presuming nobody's offered any form of an explanation. But it's like the stone we discussed that is with the runic writing on it, that's found not far from Toronto in Canada. Basically saying that I'm from Norway and I'm here for the Great Copper. They still can't work out if it's genuine or a hoax. I'm surely they could. I mean, if it's encased in 400 million year old rock, how are they going to get? I mean, because if they'd have maybe tried to melt the rock, then there would be signs of that, wouldn't there? I mean, it takes some doing to melt a rock, but it can be done. But then wouldn't the heat that would have to be generated in order to get the axe inside it be enough to obliterate the axe as soon as it touched it, prior to the other half of the rock being closed on and it sealing itself? But there would be signs that it had been heated to that extent. I don't know. It just makes your brain melt, doesn't it, trying to go through all the different scenarios. Considering man has only been around 200,000 years, it can't have fallen into something and become fossilized. It would turn the rock to glass that much. That's it, Sheila. So you couldn't. You couldn't do it. It couldn't be a hoax, could it? Oh, Green Eyes, Pork Chops dropped that link for you about the the London Hammer. It's a few comments up, if you can still see it. You can clearly see the wooden handle and the iron head. Right, so there again. Okay, 700 years old. That wood should have rotted, shouldn't it? Because we don't even find stuff from 500 years old. Well, 500 years ago, most of the time, if they're buried, because only things like your metal or your bone are the things that don't erode, or they don't decay and rot down. So wood shouldn't, after 700 years, shouldn't still be intact, should it? And forgot about the petrified wood. But if it's still looking like proper wood and the metal, I'm presuming, hasn't corroded. I'll just wait for an answer on that. Yeah, there's a petrified forest, isn't there, Green Eyes? Isn't the one in Australia a petrified forest? I think there's one in Russia. We definitely need to do another one of these chats again. My head is completely cabbaged. I'm going to say so much for me getting an early night. The minute this live's finished, I'm going to be looking all these different things up on everybody's links. It's hard to describe it using text. You'll have to look at the link after. Yeah, I will do, Porky. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad it's not just me, Frida. Because you just jump, don't you? And you go to say, well, I do. I say things and then realise the minute I've said them, oh, no, that's actually not going to make any sense, is it? But it's like my brain gets all excited and jumps ahead of itself when we're talking about things like this. John found the petrified wood when he was working out in the middle of... Should that be in the middle of the outback? I mean, I'd love to find a dinosaur. But I don't think I would recognise it as one. It was like that... have you heard of... Oh, gosh, here we go. Vitrum flexile, first recorded in 63 AD. No. Would you like to tell us about that? Yes, possessed keyboard again. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. I mean, we were talking this translates into flexible glass. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Go on, tell us about it, because you're ringing a little bit of a bell here. When we were talking about like before, and you mentioned the Baghdad battery, there's also, weren't there some light bulbs as well? Tiberius ordered a glassmaker to make him glass that wouldn't break. The story is that he did. And have there been pieces of this found? Do you know? Or is it just the story? Son has flexible glass on his phone. But yeah, well, the thing is though, Frida, it's well, it's like those swords, isn't it? The swords were being made in Europe 1,000 years before the technology was available. Same thing. Yeah, we've got flexible glass now, but 2,000 years ago, temples in Malta have been dated back to 3,700. Oh, predate the pyramids. Well, there's a Sumerian civilization as well. I mean, that predates everything, doesn't it? The first ever written word. It was flexible glass and would bend and warp when coming into contact with other surfaces, then return to its shape. Just a story as far as I'm aware. Sounds a bit like liquid mercury, doesn't it? I thought that flexible glass was a new thing. Yeah, no, it is, but that's what we're saying. It's apparently was from what it's not the story I thought he was going to tell, but saying that apparently this was requested to be made back in like 2,000 years ago, but doesn't know if it ever was made, but the thought was there, but 2,000 years before it was actually possible. Pliny also repeated the story to change it to the glass broke, but the glassmaker could repair it with only his hands. Oh, Pliny, he was the one who wrote about Vesuvius erupting, wasn't he? There was Pliny the Elder and Pliny the Younger. I'm sure that well, or is it? I start doubting myself now. Pliny the Elder. Oh, we just had a bit of an accident in the kitchen. Excuse me. I'd left I'd left the fridge door open. The dog was in there trying to help himself. Luckily, he didn't manage. Stop. Scav. So that was Pliny the Elder who wrote about the glass, and it was Pliny the Elder with Vesuvius. Because he was watching it, wasn't he? He was watching the eruption across the bay. Good boy, Cooper. Good boy. Who was asking about Pompeii the other night? Can anybody remember? Unless you're in tonight. I've just had a brain fart with that as well. Oh, hang on, I think it was Jules. It might have been Jules Kitch. This is a good site for some of the oldest structures in the world. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Green Eyes. Did you know the Romans invented the first version of concrete using volcanic ash? I didn't know it was volcanic ash. However, I was aware that the Romans made concrete. And that was because the only reason I know that, is because I watched Time Team, and they found this, and they mentioned the concrete, and they were saying that it was Roman, and I was like, what? And Tony Robinson did the whole, oh my God, concrete. And they're saying, yeah, they were the first people to make it. But I didn't know it was volcanic ash. But that's what pumice stone, though, is, isn't it? You know, the ones that you used to get for, or you still can get for your dry skin on elbows and feet, and that's volcanic, isn't it? The pumice. Because I think it was pumice that was the first stuff that was thrown out of the volcanoes, isn't it? The comes down like rocks, but it floated. And are they green eyes? Are those all over the world? Those ancient structures. Love watching Ancient Aliens. I've watched some of them, but I see clips with that crazy guy on them all the time. That Greek fella. But he loves what he's talking about, doesn't he? A lot of them in the UK and Ireland. Oh, are there any mysterious ones? I mean, that place up at my dad's where I had that weird experience, that big rock, that's a place and a half. It'd be interesting to see if that was on that list. And on a different note, concrete never fully cures. It's always fluid at an atomic level. I watched something, speaking of that pork chop, I watched something yesterday. You know, a few people in here watch Mr. Ballon. And have any of you seen that one about the escape artist who got buried in a plastic, basically like a coffin, under 3 foot of soil and then a shitload of wet cement? Oh, you saw it. What an idiot. But imagine that. Hoover down, mainly concrete. 70, only 7%, 70%. Flipping heck. Oh, pork chop. Frida wants to know, are you a scientist? He's not Frida, but he's probably one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. And I'm not blowing smoke up his arse or trying to get a shag or anything, just so you know. He actually knows bloody all sorts of stuff. And with an incredibly high IQ as well, may I add. He can't just sing wonderful songs. It was free. Actually, pork chop, it's Frida who wanted you to sing. You have to do at some point, you have to do a request for Frida. I'll get you drunk. Nap of Howard in, oh yes, that Nap of Howard in Orkney, it was that's the weirdest place ever. And I think that was the place that they used to go if they were under attack. There's one in Ireland as well, very similar. Pork chop, I have a mind full of useless information. Lady Witch, no, I didn't. I would have completely freaked out. Being buried alive is my biggest fear. Well, the thing is, Lady Witch, this guy wanted to go bigger and better and harder than Houdini. And this was the one, apparently this was the one escape trick that Houdini was terrified of doing. He tried it and had a panic attack and said he was never going to try it again. This guy heard, I think it was in the 90s, wasn't it, Green Eyes? And he heard about it. So he was determined he was going to try it. Now, he did it the first time in this plastic thing covered in soil, and he got out. He then decided to go one better live. And this is on television. It's live and you can see it. He then went one better, and bear in mind, he's in like this Perspex box and he's chained. They put the soil on him, and then they poured in the cement, the concrete. But what he didn't realise, or was it cement, one or the other? What he didn't realise was that it cures from the bottom up. So even if he could get out of the box and get through the soil, the 3 foot of soil, this cement or concrete would have already started. So he then would have had a hard layer to get through, and he didn't know this, but he was kind of poo-pooing it when it was brought up. When they then put him in the box, they put the soil on him, then they put the cement on him. But like Green Eyes has just said, he didn't calculate, he didn't take into account that he'd only ever tried this with soil, and the whole thing collapsed. And you see it live on telly. It drops in on him and they're trying to dig him out, but he's dead. But I think, was it 20 minutes or half an hour and to dig him out? And yeah, but he was dead by the time they'd finished. Such as a cigarette lighter was invented before the match. Was it? Oh, was that kind of the flint box? Like the old version of a cigarette? Or are you actually talking a proper cigarette lighter? Sheila, sorry, been down a rabbit hole looking at supposedly Vimanas. Ah, yes. 6,000 years old, found in Afghanistan and India. Well, the Vimanas, wasn't that what Gilgamesh was supposed to have ridden on? A Vimana. Pork chop. If an ocean-going oil transporter and an egg were the same size, the eggshell would be thicker than that of a ship. Would it? Well, they do say, though, that you can put all your weight on an egg if you stand it on, is it on the tip? I think. Brewerina fish traps in Australia built about 40,000 years ago. Get off. Okay, so that's brilliant. You two must have great conversations. Love it. Yes, we have some very interesting conversations. However, I think I know a lot until he opens his mouth, and then I feel like an idiot. I'm like, I don't know anything. No, I know a lot about my specific things, because I could probably out-talk him on Vikings, and I could, I'm saying probably, I'm not saying definitely. I could probably out-talk him on Vikings. I could definitely out-talk him on the sagas. But everything else, oh, and maybe horses, and that's probably about it. Sulphur was only discovered in 1867. People were smoking long before then, but matches clearly could not have been used to make matches. No, but wasn't it like the what did I say? Flint box, a tinder box. They had tinder boxes, didn't they? Green Eyes, I think, use a scientist too. Yeah. Pork chop, you out-taught me on almost everything. I can't get a word in. I don't. I'm trying not to. Okay, maybe out-taught was the wrong word. You can out-knowledge me. How's that? Out-knowledge. Can I use that as a phrase? Yeah, I'm going to coin that one. You know more about me. Sorry, you know more about a lot of things, far more things than I do. There we go. Don't laugh at him, Frida. The box was a flint with an oil-type fluid used to light things, which was the first lighter. Right, so yeah, I thought at first you meant it was a proper lighter. Sheila, LOL, Frida, thanks. But it's just an interesting, fascinating or unexplained ancient or forbidden history. Yeah, but it's all fascinating, isn't it? It's all fascinating. Like we on about the other day, the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland and the tales surrounding that and how that was made. And yeah, they are, aren't they, Frida? Sheila and Green Eyes. I think some people's brains are like sponges, though, aren't they? You'll just retain everything. I retain stuff that I'm interested in. I don't retain everything. But I think like Sheila and Green Eyes, are retain stuff, and Pork Chop's the same. I'll only remember it if it's something that fascinates me. God, I just had a panic attack then. I don't know if you could hear all the clicking. My bloody vape wouldn't work. I was about to have a screaming fit. Did you know the town of Cormorant elected a dog called Duke as mayor yearly from... Why? Was he the best candidate for the job? And where is Cormorant, by the way? Is that in America? You see, we're getting all these wonderful facts put in the chat. My knowledge extends to things like, did you know that when gorillas get angry, they throw their own shit at people? What's that? I watched Jamie Theakston. Oh, I've seen one of those. Ah, where was it? Was it is it the place? Is it called Acre, Accra or Asa? And it was the city there, and I think the Knights Templar held it against the Saracens for a length of time, and it's got these huge water tanks. It had, so that if it was under siege, they wouldn't be starved of water, and also the water supply wouldn't be poisoned by enemies, so they could actually survive. And I'm sure that was one of the Jamie Theakston ones. Cormorant is Minnesota and retired 2018. I'm stupid, Frieda. It's just that it's interesting. Be a genius or whatever. That's it. That is it exactly, Sheila. Whatever you're interested in. No, you're absolutely not, Sheila. Absolutely not. Nobody is in here. You're all like bloody brain boxes. Yeah, ancient history is fascinating. What's Frieda, what's your real interest? Is there something that you're very passionate about? Chewing gum in Singapore? Are you kidding? Why? Is it seen as then again, my nan always said that chewing gum was common. We were never allowed chewy. We could have bubble gum when we were kids, but she'd never let us have chewy. And she'd say, it's common that common folk do that. But then again, my granddad was of the opinion, he was horrified when they got an indoor toilet, because he used to say only nasty folk got the toilet inside the houses. Bless him. I can't have chewing gum, it gives you wind, does it? TMI. Green eyes, yes, that's right. The more you are interested in a subject, the more you will remember and absorb facts about it. So, well, we know. So, Green Eyes and Sheila love the ancient history, forbidden history type of thing. Me, as you know, mine is Vikings and mythology and Plantagenet era, and probably the paranormal, and yeah, a few weird and wonderful things. So Frida, what's yours? And Kathy, if you're still here, in Simples, and Pork Chop. What are the things that what's the one thing, the subject that really fascinates you and really gets you hooked? Diamonds are only valuable because De Beers say they are. After when the company snapped up all the diamond mines, creating a monopoly. Is that right? I hate when someone is talking and chonking away on chewing gum. Yeah, it's rude, isn't it? Oh, pork chop. Yeah, I saw that a few weeks ago on a documentary. Says you wing woman. Ancient Egypt. Yeah. Cooking food, also biblical history. In fact, all history now. Oh, well, if you're getting a good old taster for all the history, Frida, then that's a good thing. But cooking as well, yeah. I like talking about. Maybe we should do cooking one night, because there's a lot of us that are interested in that, aren't there? Just have a full chat on. Bring your favourite recipes. Share your recipe night. Because I need to get a recipe from Voodoo Queen. Pork chop. Diamonds are not rare. They're just limited to one supplier. Are they? So they're the only diamond supplier, aren't they? Oh, Kathy, anything about handicrafts? Oh, well, hang on, who is it? It's Jill's Kit. She does crafting, felting and what have you. And I think, does Sharon as well? I think. And I do, well, I make things. I do, what they called? Rag rugging and things like that. Oh right, okay, great. Well, if you guys are wanting to go and rock over there, that's absolutely fine. I'll stop here and just prattle shit for a bit because I'm not going to stay on that long. But yeah, if there's anything to report, please come back in. And I think Joe Mardre does a lot with sea glass and things as well. Kathy. Oh, green eyes. Oh, do you? Oh, mini albums for photos. Tanzanite is rarer than diamond. Wow, and the diamonds you find in modern engagement and wedding rings all come from South Africa. Most know them as Kimberley mines. Are they the... Oh, okay, green eyes, no worries, honey. I didn't want anybody to think they can't go bombing off over there, though. It's not a problem. So are they the blood diamonds, then, that you're on about? I don't know what's up with this damn vape, but it's pissing me off. Stupid bleeding thing. Yeah, blood. I've not seen that film, though, have you? Paper crafts, only one I don't do. Oh, so do you mean like what, like the photo albums that Green Eyes is on about, or? I kind of just do my own thing, so I don't know what a lot of different things are called. Yeah, no problem, Sheila, love. That's fine. Just jump, if any news or anything to report, give us a shout back. Not a problem, honey. Pork chop. Mines by slaves years ago became known as blood diamonds because that is what most workers paid with their own blood. Yeah, I just mentioned that, Sheila, but Frida, but I've not watched it. Paper crafts. I don't know anything about paper crafts. Pork chop does Minecraft. Oh, knit, crochet, sew, metalwork, jewelry. Oh, wow, really? Just going to grab my charger, guys, because I'm going a bit flat. I don't want to suddenly get cut off because I just realised I'm at 8% battery and I didn't get the beep. And yes, oh well, do you know what? I'll do that on Thursday, Frida, because I get this stuff from the little shop round the corner from Porky's. And oh, bear with me a second, I've just plugged myself in. Yeah, so the shop that he took me to for this. So I'm going to get some more juice and I'm going to get some more of the little elements. So I think I probably might get myself another one, a spare one, because I keep leaving this in different places and forgetting it. Well, Green Eyes, I'm amazed at what was I saying then? Yeah, I'm amazed at how I've managed with it. Frida, I didn't know anything about Blood Diamonds until I seen that movie. Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't feel like watching it. I think if I think something's going to be quite tragic, I'd be yeah. Potch up. I've lost night's stream. I think I will give listen to the other one a wide berth. So you stuck with me. You're okay. What's the song? I'm sticking with you because I'm made out of glue. Oh, he's been found. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm presuming alive. Yeah, definitely going to get a spare vape. So I'm going to do that when I go over to visit Porky later in the week. I will go to the shop. I will get some more juice and everything, and I will get myself another vape, and then I've got a spare one. Oh, well, that's good, Green Eyes. That's good. It's the families, isn't it? You feel really sorry for when people go missing. Yes, it does, Green Eyes. It does have... The best one to ask, Green Eyes, is Pork Chop, because he's the vape master. But mine hasn't got a high nicotine content in it. It's not little, but he was telling me, and the different types of vapes as well, because I didn't know there were different types of vapes. Oh, what we saying yours was? Did you say direct intake or something? And mine's not. So yeah, he's probably the best one to let you know about that, Frida. Sorry, Green Eyes. I'm getting mixed up here. I'm just saw your name there, Frida, for a second. I'm not sure if the nicotine ones are legal in Australia. I thought I read something. Oh, right. I've got no idea. But I'm pretty sure he'll know if they're legal in Australia as well, though, because he knows everything, which is great. I don't need any encyclopedias. I guarantee if I say, have you heard of? He'll go, yeah. You've got 3 covering all bases. Good girl. Yeah, I think the only thing I've found, Green Eyes, is that this week. Yeah, they do. Well, they ban everything over there except people who shouldn't be being there, don't they? But that's that's for another live and another stream. Oh, that's good, Sheila. Well, it's a weight off, isn't it? If you're missing somebody and you're worrying about them. So yeah, that's good. That's good news. Last thing you want just after Christmas and the New Year is having like bad news. There's enough bad news going around at the moment anyway, isn't there? So it's nice for a change. Are you still there, Pork? Or have you buggered off? Yeah, what I was saying with this is it's just this last week and some of last week, I'm hitting it harder, which I don't know why. Yeah, just been to get my charger. Green Eyes was on about asking about vapes, and I said you're the best person to ask about them rather than me, because she was thinking, and I said, like your vape is different to mine, and you mentioned something about direct intake, and I don't know, and Green Eyes was just asking, but she thinks that the nicotine ones might be illegal in Australia. I was like, I haven't got an effing clue, but I'm pretty sure you will know. So if she had any questions to ask you about them. But yeah, as I was saying, the first week, I wasn't like nailing it. And then last week I started in on it, and now I'm going into, I'm just about nearly at the end of week 3, and I've been sucking on this like a cheap hooker. So, which I thought, because I was saying, well, I didn't expect that I would be hammering this as much. I thought it was only the first 3 days, but like he said, it's the first 3 days. If you go, it's only 3 days if you go cold turkey, but you still got some nicotine coming in with these vapes. Oh, did neighbour's wedding go off? Yes, it was. It went very well. They're currently giggling hysterically. I can hear them through the chimney. So I don't know what's going on there, but yes, they're having all the fun of newlyweds. They've obviously not had a honeymoon. They're at home, but I would expect they'll go somewhere at some point. I'll have to be quiet. I did have some of the wedding cake, and I'll be honest, it was fucking horrible. But it would have been ignorant and churlish of me to turn it down, and I did eat it, but it was as dry as a nun's crutch. So I don't know who made it for them, but they should have asked me, because I'd have made the wedding cake if they'd asked. Mine is direct intake, so the vapor goes direct to the lungs. Indirect is similar to smoking a cigarette, jaw to the mouth and then inhale. Yeah, that's what mine is. I suppose it just depends how heavy a smoker you are, Green Eyes. Because relatively speaking, I didn't really smoke that much, because one packet, a 30-gram packet of tobacco, loose tobacco for me making roll-ups, would last me a week or thereabouts. So I'd usually get either, depending how bad a week I was having, between 5 and 7 days out of 30 grams of tobacco. And then I'd have filters with it as well. And I'd make little prison fags. Oh, is that for Australia? Oh, gosh. From Friday the 1st of October 2021, all nicotine vaping products, including nicotine e-cigarettes, nicotine pods, and liquid nicotine, can only be purchased with a doctor's prescription. This includes both in Australia and from overseas. Wow. Oh, thanks for that. Have you just looked that up, babes? Not too heavy of a smoker. Right, so you would probably be the same as me then, with one of these indirect ones, Green Eyes. But I was asking him the other night, and I said, well, I don't understand why I'm absolutely ripping into this. Well, you know a lot of you know nearly everything. You asked Auntie Google. Yeah, but I'd asked Green Eyes, and I just said, you know, I don't know why I'm hitting this so bad. I'm using it more, and I should have been out. And he just said, yeah, but it's a habit. It's not the nicotine thing. It's the habit, because I've got certain times of the day that I'll be smoking. Now, this is better for me because, or worse, I suppose, because up to meeting him, and it's not his fault, by the way, but up to us meeting, I never smoked in my house ever because of the dog. And then obviously when you're entertaining, and I'd be, oh, well, do you want a fag? Oh, well, let's not go outside because it's raining, or let's not go outside because it's cold. We can have a fag in here. And then I'd squirt around. And then the one fag in here turned into every fag in here, which I suppose if I didn't have the dog, I probably would, excuse me, I probably would have been doing it all the time. But now that I'm not smoking, so it's not smoke that this isn't going to affect the dog. Now I'm doing it all the time. So I think in some ways it's giving me more of an addiction to puffing on something than I would have done. I really don't know. Yeah, well, I didn't either. And like I said, it's not his fault. It was me just being a hostess and not expecting a guest to go and stand outside in the bare feet in the cold to have a fag. And I was quite happy to have a fag inside as well. And it wasn't like I was smoking tons. You know, we just have I'd go to make one and smoke it in the kitchen and go, do you want one? So, but again, I felt really bad for doing it because he's been packed in smoking for so long. There is 0.8 milligrams of nicotine in one JPS Black, 16 milligrams per pack. There is 1 milligram in a bottle of Kisses liquid. So 16 packs of cigarettes is equivalent to this one bottle. Oh, wish you would like add cannabis. Oh, do you like a little a toke, Green Eyes? Do you mind it? Really prescription. Wow, I'm back from talking to my dad. I use a vape with THC in it. My kids bought me a Puffco so I don't smoke so many joints. Oh, sorry. Yes, misread. Yeah, 16 bottles make one pack. God, that's quite frightening when you put it into that kind of a perspective, don't you? Oh, I thought I'd read it wrong, but no, it was the way you'd put it down. Just going to point that out. 16 packs per bottle. Therefore, you can smoke your vape for 4 months, and that equals 1 day of cigarettes. Yeah, it's only when you put it into perspective, isn't it, like that you realise. Oh, Sheila, I'm going to say goodnight, kissing everyone. I'm going to bed to fall asleep listening to Bam. She's my warrior queen, but you're my princess. Oh, thank you. Great life tonight, as always. Thank you. Oh, no, thank you, Sheila. Thanks, lovey. I really appreciate you coming in. And yeah, so if you're around tomorrow, don't forget Enfield. Scary Enfield. You have a good sleep, love, and I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, it's shit, just stupid law. And sleep well, Sheila from Pork Chop. Yeah, I never thought about it like that. The thing is, though, as well, Green Eyes, it's the expense, isn't it? I mean, Yeah, I'll be there. Good night, everyone. Oh, thanks, Sheila, love. Night, night, lovey. Oh, Kathy says night as well. Oh, I'm glad you're joining in, Kathy, love. Oh, pork chop, you won't have met Kathy. Kathy B58 or 58, whichever way you say it. Who'll be in blue next time she comes in. The blue crew, part of the blue crew. Yeah, I was working out what I was spending on tobacco a month, and it was oh, sorry, Green Eyes. Do you not know see Kathy here either? Sorry. Yeah, Kathy said she normally lurks, but she got brave. She said she was going to be brave and say hello tonight. So yeah. So obviously, when you come in again, Kathy, I don't know. Are you coming round for tomorrow's one, the Enfield, or is it just the history? I like to know what people are more interested in. Is it, the history side of things, or do you like the paranormal, or do you like a bit of everything, or stuff like we've ended up talking tonight? The unexplained. Yeah, Green Eyes, they are. Oh, there you go, Kathy. Jo Madre, she does wire wrap jewellery too. Oh, that's good. Well, I'm trying to keep it a bit mixed up. And obviously, we get very silly occasionally. I think tonight, though, is a bit more of a sensible night. We're having sensibles. I think tomorrow will probably. I've just got a feeling once we've done the Enfield thing, I've just got a feeling that it'll probably all head south. So, so bring 10 ladies. Gosh, the annual cost of my smoking habit today would be £6,570 a year. Using vape, it's 200 a year. Oh, is it? Your profile pic is a pendant you made. Oh, lovely. Oh, it's green. I said, Kathy, you will love it. We have a great laugh. Sorry, a great bunch of people on here, and we talk about everything. We do. We do. We also laugh about everything as well. It's quite quiet online tonight, though, isn't it? Maybe it's because it's a Monday night. But I did not intend to do. This was scheduled for Wednesday, and yes, of course I will. Let me just pin this. We'll pin you up, Kathy. I was actually thinking of doing that because I wanted to see it. I can't on my phone, but I will be able to see it on the television. Oh, let me have a little bit closer. Oh, that's lovely. Is that a stone that you've wrapped in silver wire? Very cool, Kathy. Potchop, I hope your mind slips into the gutter or you're not easily offended when others do. Well, I think from what she said earlier, Potchop, that she's been listening in and she's like the laughs. So hopefully, I don't think that the horrendous smuttage that occasionally occurs has frightened her off. Oh, is it? Has that got a green cast to it, Kathy? Green eyes, pot chop, don't know what you could mean. No, and don't play innocent either, missus. Thank you very much. It is beautiful, Joe. I think the worst ones are. No, let me have a think. Who's the worst ones? I would probably say, for starting us off, I would probably. It's not just two people. I would probably say it would be pork chop, green eyes, Sid, and Tiz. And then I just kind of sail along on your coattails. I'm suggesting that KMA is pure filth, green eyes. No. Well, yeah. Oh, it's just a poor pick quality. All right, okay. Green eyes, I'm a convent girl, ex-convent girl. What can I say? They always say the convent girls are the worst. Pure as a driven snow. Not. Oh, you'll fit right in. Could I ask, obviously don't dox yourself, are you in the UK, Kathy, or are you America or Australia? Get lost. You're on the Wirral. Did you watch the Wirral Vikings one from the other night? Because there's sorry, I just got a message. I got distracted slightly. Because there is Blue Rose is on the Wirral and Linda Parsons is on the Wirral and Helen Happy Thoughts is on the Wirral. Yeah, we're getting to posh Scouser. Yeah. You don't call people from the Wirral a Scouser. It's they don't like it. Unless they were born in Liverpool. Yeah, we were talking about oh right, so you listened to it. Oh, that's great. Oh, bless her, she swears with the knickers on. Who, me? Oh, Tranmere. Oh, right. Tranmere. Oh, well, you heard that bit then, didn't you? Tranmere, which is the only place, the only town to have a football team in the English Football League with a Norwegian Viking name. There you go. I had to get that right. I like the Wirral. I used to take my dog down to Thurston all the time. Remember you told me to tell you when you need to keep up with the chat? Yeah. I know. I'm missing it. Yeah, but I wasn't sure who was swearing with the knickers on. Is that a posh Scouser or me? I wasn't sure. Oh, there you go. Sorry, there's a delay. Consider myself told. In case you weren't aware, Kathy, pork chop is my. Right, tonight I'll be kind. My better half. So he's not being a rude mod. Is allowed. What else have I missed? Oh, that'll be nice then when the other girls come in next time and they realise that there's a fellow. Do you say Wirralonians or Wirraltonians? Better half. Yeah, and that's what I said. I did say better half, only for tonight. I think you missed that one, didn't you, Porky? Have you changed your name as well into what wasn't it in 2 words before? And it's all one now, or have I imagined that? Yeah, I used to go to the Wirral a lot. I tell you what, I loved going into Birkenhead Park and finding there's walnut trees all over. I thought it was 2 words before green eyes. Well, I got to go. I'm being summoned. I finally got to remove the space. The name became available. Ah, okay. Okie dokie, honey. I shall text you later. Thank you for being in, babes. And yeah, I'll see you later. Or I'll speak to you tomorrow. And don't fall off. Please don't wear a tartan dress or pink capri pants and a flat cap and fall off any tight ropes. Toodle pip. And before anybody asks, yeah, miss you already. Go on, bye, Felicia. That isn't his clothing choice. That's what he plays these gaming things. That's where he's going now. Night, night, wingman. Enjoy the rest of your evening. He'll go and kill zombies. Yeah, he doesn't. That's not his clothing choice. It was on one of the games he was playing. Yeah, there he goes. Bye, Felicia. Oh, good grief. So yeah, so Green Eyes, do you think you'll be up for popping up tomorrow with your spooky story? I misread that, Joe. By pork chop. Good. I thought it said good fuck. God, sorry. Good luck killing zombies. Yeah, I'm no good at playing anything. Cassies have just caught up, company away. We have a new friend, Cassius. Kathy B58 is in tonight. She's been watching us for a bit and had been lurking and not come in. So, oh, that's fine, Frieda. It's not a problem. When none of us are precious. It's everybody's free to come and go as they choose on any channels. It's absolutely fine. I'm just sitting here shooting shit because I know if I start ducking onto other lives, I'm just going to get, and I really do need to try and catch up on some sleep. So yeah, we'll have another mod when we come in, when they come in next time. So what did you think about the Viking bit then, Cassius? Well, the Viking bit, the whole 1066. The thing is, it's really difficult delivering something with that much information in it without it sounding like it's a lecture. Well, Green Eyes, I'm happy to carry that on because I love it. Mm. Oh, hubby just gave me lemon cake and cup of tea. I haven't got anything. Don't worry, if it's all right, Cassis. If you want to type in caps, love, you're fine typing in caps. It's not a problem. I know, lemon cake. Oh, I made a lemon drizzle cake for my friend, and I'd never made it before. And it obviously did go down a treat because it was a huge cake, and she didn't go home with any of it. She ate the whole damn lot. I sat here and watched it eat the whole lot. Greedy bastard. Oh, a tartare to pork chop from Frida. Let me have a look. What else have I missed? Yeah, so what was your story going to be? You did tell me, Green Eyes. I thought it was great in case you have a wealth of knowledge. Oh, thanks, Cassius. I mean, you probably heard me flicking my pages. I did have to write things down because if I don't write it down, as you know, I start talking and then I rattle off at a tangent and I forget. So I have to make myself notes so that I stick to them. Not to my chihuahuas are like little hot water bottles. I'll be here tomorrow later. Oh, good night, Joe. Thank you so much for coming in. If you and by all means, if you have a little spooky dooky story that you want to share with us tomorrow, I'm going to have open panel. I can have up to 10 people up at once. So, anybody and everybody can come up on panel. Even if you've not got a spooky story and you just want to act like you're sitting in a lounge with friends chatting, you're very welcome. That includes you as well, Kathy, love. Anybody. My friend bought a spirit. Oh, that's right. Yeah. With the candlestick. Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing that one. Joe, good night. Remind me to ask what vape you were using. I'll try to back in chat and look. Thanks. What me? The one I'm using, Cassius. Let me just have a I can never remember the flipping name of mine. The pen vape, which is a Scope, SKOPE, AIR. Mine's a little pen vape. But Porky's just been, when you've literally just missed him. He was telling Green Eyes about them because it depends how heavy a smoker you are. Oh no, the one that Joe was using. Okie dokie. Sorry, hon. Do you think you'll have a go at it then, Joe? Green Eyes. Just clean mine out. It's a big bulky thing. Going to try to cut down. I need to. Yeah, so I'm going to look into what we can buy here. Can't see me lasting though, if no nicotine. Just noticed all my liquid is out of date. I'll get it done tomorrow. I have to catch up on the end of Viking 1066. I had a phone call, but I was taking notes. Oh God, God love you, Frida. Did you like my title though? I was trying to be funny, but get your kicks on Route 1066. I did tell him on the phone earlier, and he said, "Yeah, that was quite clever." Well, Cassius, me too. Although you wouldn't think it the way I've been carrying on over the last time. But generally, I don't drink. If I go out, I don't drink. I'm always the driver. I might have a sip of a glass of wine or something, or a little bit of Baileys, but that's it. It's not, you know, I wouldn't, like some of my friends will crack a bottle of wine after work and they drink the whole damn lot. Oh, bloody Wi-Fi keeps dropping out. Be right back, going out for a cig, but I'm listening. Oh, enjoy your ciggy. I've just packed in, Kathy. I'm on day 17 on a vape. Ah! But it's actually not that bad. Well, to be honest though, Green Eyes, if you think you wouldn't, hang on, was it Green Eyes who said that? Hang on a sec. I've lost myself. You see, going off the you know what Porky was saying before, he was telling me that at one point he was on like between 30 and 40 fags a day. And then he literally just stopped overnight and went straight onto the vape. Now he was on the top nicotine. He's just dropped it. He's been on that for 3 years. And he's just dropped it down. He's on the same as me now, which is the 1 milligram. He was on 1.8, I think, or whatever the highest one was anyway. I think it was 1.8. Oh, why would it be pathetic, Frida? Kathy, I'm sat outside having one too. Only 8:30 a.m. here and already 30. Oh, shh. It's cold here, Green Eyes. Don't you wish you were back in the north of England, freezing your tripes out? I just thought, can the are you allowed to send stuff in like black puddings to Australia, or is that class? Because there's certain things you can't send or bring it over the through customs, isn't there? Well, I wouldn't miss it at the moment, but I don't like being too hot either. I think I'd rather be cold because at least you can start layering up. But I mean, I'm just like full on Scandi. I don't do heat too well. I don't burn, funnily enough. I've got that bit of a, you know, sometimes you see mainly it is Norwegians. They've got that little bit of an olivey. It's not olive skin because we've all got pale skin, but there's a little bit of an olivey cast to the skin. and they tan. That's me. So I do tan. Now my sister doesn't. Her skin is just white, like pale blue. And one of my brothers is like me, and the other brother is like her. My dad's got the same colouring as me. Green eyes, I'm very jealous. Would love to be sitting in a pair of shorts. Oh, can't bring any meat or anything fresh, biscuits, chocolate. Oh, okay. I would have sent you berry black pudding, love. That's why I was asking. I was into chat. Oh. You go dark with a tan. Yeah. Also, you're not pale blue and Scottish then. We have a shop online called British Corner Shop, but really expensive. Wanted to order a few boxes of Farley's Rusk because I'm a big baby. Oh, do you want me to get you some I can get you some Farley's green eyes. Not a problem at all. Oop. Oh, am I still there? I don't. Oh, flipping heck. Drop myself out. Bugger. Sorry, guys. I knocked myself out again. Bloody lunatic. Always nightmare. I get messages through or what have you, and I just knock myself off. Because I do go white at times, blue when it's Baltic. Frida, it's a great title, but the Americans always say wrote instead of route. Drives me crazy. Oh yeah, route. Yeah, route. Yeah, route. But the song doesn't, does it? And the song's American, isn't it? Get your kicks on Route 66. You've got a big delay on there, Frida, unless that's you playing catch up. Just plaster the house with pics. I'd love to be where you are. Yeah. I used to see a girl, we went to Tenerife. She used to drink, I think it was blue balls, and fresh orange would go a green colour. Ah! Do miss not having anything older than 200 years apart from Indigenous history. Yeah, I think about 22 degrees is perfect for you, is it, Frida? Now what's that? 22 degrees. When it's in the 60s, I'm all right. Like I said, I do tan, so it's not about the, worrying about burning. It's just I don't like being too hot. I feel moided, I don't know what to do with myself, and I'm moided to death if I'm too warm. I can't settle. Remember blue balls? Used to end up with a blue tongue. Yeah, blue balls and lemonade. One of my friends used to drink. And it was bloody awful when you puked it up again. Yeah, we were talking about all the weird and wonderful drinks, weren't we, the other night? I've got a lot of different drinks I need to start trying out now. I've got all sorts of notifications coming up on my phone. I'm sorry. I do Pinterest. And for some reason, I don't know whether it's just connected me to Pinterest or not, but I've got like message after message after message coming up. Silly things. 71.6. Did you ask Alexa? Can I ask Alexa something? Alexa. Say hello to Cassius. Love Farley's Rust too. Haven't had them since the kids were babies. No, well, I used to love rusks this is as an adult, rusks with warm milk on them and a bit of sugar. And then the rusks go all mushy. And it's a bit like eating porridge, but not as minging. Because I hate porridge. Bloody hate it. That's winter temperature here. It's the humidity that a lot of people cannot cope with. Yeah. Right, green eyes. When I went to Australia, and I didn't notice it so much because I've been twice. The first time I went. The second time, we went to Thailand first, and the plane door opened. I am kidding you not. It felt like I was just, when you open an oven door, your oven's on like the top temperature, and you open the door, and it's just a blast of heat hits you. And that was what it was like. And then I was piss wet through in seconds. Humidity was off the charts. And then I found it because then when we went 2 weeks later, we went to Australia, and I don't know whether being in Tunisia, being in Thailand first had like set my internal thermometer off. But yeah, it actually ruined it for me. Grn eyes. I'd probably love the heat for a bit, but I'd miss this place. What I love is a wee house abroad for 3-4 months a year. Yeah. She's tuned into me, Cassius. Oh, I'm glad it's not just me, green eyes, who hates porridge. We had it as kids. It's like rhubarb as well. I hate that frigging stuff. And rice pudding. Getting fiddles. I mean, we're a big family, and ugh. Oh, your hair goes mad, does it, Frida? Have you got curly hair or a wave to it? Oh, love being hot, Kathy. No, I'd rather be cooler. Yeah, it's like walking into an oven, especially if you've been shopping in the car. Sorry, in the air conditioning, then going outside. Yeah, it's not a nice feeling, is it? Like full on humidity. Yeah, well, it was every Sunday with us, Kathy, homemade rice pudding, and I hated it. Everybody else liked it, and I didn't. And I didn't like the texture of the rice. So when my nan made it, and she always made it with steri milk. I don't even know if you can still buy that stuff, but yeah, sterilised milk, the milk bottle with the very long glass neck, and it had a metal gold top on it. And she always got a pint of steri milk in for a Sunday to make the rice pudding with. And she'd make it extra creamy with it, so that because I didn't like the rice, but I did actually like the taste, she'd serve everybody's rice pudding up, and she'd put a sieve over a bowl and strain me just the juice out of it without the bits of rice, and then stick me a blob of jam in it. So I felt like I was having the same as everybody else. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have drunk it, but it actually, the rice pudding tasted bloody awesome with it. Well, the rice pudding juice, not the bits of rice. Oh, it's only about 2 inches. Feedback's Catholic. Yeah. Yes, can be very uncomfortable. Was in roads, stayed in accommodation, no aircon, few, never again. Rhodes is beautiful, isn't it? We used to go to Lindos every year. Love that place. First time I went to Ibiza, that's before it was ruined by all the hotels. That'd be 36 years ago. Heat hit me when the airplane door opened. Oh, flipping heck. Yeah, I like going abroad for a holiday, and that's it. I like to come back. My uncle, he has, well, oh, are you the same? What, with the bits of rice, Frida? Sorry, as you saw before, well, I don't know who saw it, but Pork Chop pulled me up on the fact that I'm not keeping up with the chat. I'm with you, could never drink sterilised milk. No, I wouldn't drink it, Green Eyes, but it was when she made the rice pudding with it, the juicy bit off the rice pudding tasted very nice. It was the only time she ever got it in, just on for a Sunday. Milkman had delivered it on the Saturday, and it was that pint for the Sunday to make the rice pudding. Green's rice pudding. I love it, but I'm used to cooking it in the oven like my mum. Love a shitload of nutmeg on top. Yeah, my nan made it in the oven, and it used to get a skin on the top of it. And they'd all be fighting over who had the skin. Because it'd obviously brown, wouldn't it? Would imagine it was very creamy. It was very creamy, which is what I didn't mind, but I just don't know. The texture of the rice just used to make me balk. If I've got it in my mouth, it'd be like getting a mouthful of flies. But yeah, sorry, I was just Kathy scraping around the dish. Yeah, my sister used to do that. No, my hair very straight, but the heat makes it go. See, I'm losing chat. I'm so sorry. I think when there's delays on as well. Yeah, I've got a bit of a kink to my hair. I mean, my photo there, it's straight, but I have used the straighteners. It's not curly by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just got a bit of a wave to it, which is fine if I'm going for the tousled, windswept and interesting look. Then it suits, but I prefer it not to be like that. Kathy, yeah, scraping the crispy bits off, like doing that with stuffing. Oh yes, Green Eyes, I do it with stuffing. Absolutely. It's like when it's funny, isn't it, from when you think about back to when you were children, and we always had lamb on a Sunday. I know it was expensive, and it still is, isn't it? But it was the one thing that my nana always insisted on. She got a huge leg of lamb, and that's what we had. Because then she'd make like lobbies out of it, and you'd have butties out of it. But she'd properly made it spin out. But we used to fight over what we used to call the little knob end of the lamb. You know, where the leg bone comes out, and there's a little, like a big chunk of really juicy meat. And she used to call it the pick. And she'd go, who wants the pick? And I tell you, we were climbing over each other to get in the kitchen to get to it first. Crispy stuffing cooked in a dish, yes. Yeah, Lindos Bay, Frida. Yeah, because cars weren't allowed in Lindos, were they? We always had a roast on a Sunday as well, Green Eyes. It was just the law. Fish on a Friday, and then a roast on a Sunday. And then on the Monday, we always had lobbies that she'd made with the leftover lamb. And then Wednesday, she used to cook liver and onions, which I hated because I couldn't stand liver. It's funny how there were certain days of the week that she always cooked Sunday roast. Bisto. Oh, yeah, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. But no, lamb is my very favourite. My very favourite. Good Catholic fish on a Friday. Yes, it was. It was. I mean, occasionally we'd get treated to chippy, but usually she cooked it herself. And my granddad she always got him a pint of oysters on a Friday. He'd have his Guinness, which was kept on the shelf, and he'd have a pint of oysters. Good working class Friday tea. Yeah, bit of fish on a Friday. And then Sunday mornings, it was always, before we went to church, it was always, because you had to get up early because because we were Catholics. You couldn't eat for an hour before church. I don't know whether that's still a rule now. I've no idea. But so everyone was up early for a big old fry up. And it was kind of a bit of a mix between a full Scottish and a full Irish breakfast, because my granddad was Scottish, but my nana was Irish. So, oh God, we'd have all sorts of stuff. You know, we'd have the white pudding on it, and we'd have the lawn sausage on it, and then there'd be soda fowl she'd put with it. So there are a couple of English chilies here. Nearest about 45 minutes away, but worth the trip. Oh, do you mean chippies? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I realised then just before I saw that you'd written it in. You're typing with dick fingers again, aren't you? My mum's old dog Roy used to sit outside one of the neighbours' houses every Sunday waiting for the leftover bone from Sunday roast. Yeah, and that's it. Growing up as kids, our dogs, they never got dog food. They got whatever we ate. And the lamb on a Sunday, they always got what's it called? They always got the bone, like you're saying, off the end of the lamb or whatever. And they were always fine with it. And well, now obviously you can't give dogs cooked bones, the same, because they can splinter. And going back to that, probably about 5 years ago. Oh no, it'll be longer actually. How old's Cooper now? 6. It'll be about 7 years ago. My auntie, so this is my mum's sister, had gone down to visit her. They live in North Devon, and they'd lost their dog a few months earlier. Beautiful dog he was, and they were still really gutted about it. And I was asking them, because I didn't know, what all I'd known was that the dog had died, and that was off a bone, cooked bone, which they'd done all their lives and never had a problem with it. And the dog wasn't very well and wouldn't get out of bed. So they took him to the vets, and the vet checked him over and said, I think he's got a bit of a stomach upset, and gave some medication. And when they got up the next morning, the dog was dead in its bed. And it was it had a piece of bone, the cooked bone, a sliver of this bone had pierced. And now I can't remember if it had pierced its stomach or gone into its spleen or something. The poor dog had died, and the vet felt dreadful. He actually gave the dog a free, like an autopsy, because he said, I want to know, I've misdiagnosed this dog. And it was only when he did this autopsy, and he said, I'll do it free of charge. But he said, I feel dreadful. And yeah, he felt awful that he'd missed it. So yeah, no cooked bones ever for my dogs now. Australian fish and chip shops use frozen chips. Oh no, do they? We had chippy on a Thursday when Dad brought his wages in. Yeah. Well, it was a treat, wasn't it, getting a chippy? As to when I was sent to the butcher's and he'd give you the bone for nothing, like for Nana's soup. Yeah. Remember taking a bowl to the chippy. Oh, green eyes. Right. You've just brought back one of my horror memories. As I said, it was a rare treat for us, but if we ever had chippy tea on a Friday, and it was the only time we used to fight not to go to the shops, because my nan would get a bag and she'd put plates in. She'd warm the plates up in the oven, and she'd send you up to the chippy with a shopping bag with the plates in to have the chips, like your chippy put on it. And I used to, because I used to feel cheeky, because obviously you got extra, didn't you, with it being put on the plate, which was why she sent them up. I mean, she wasn't croppy, but she used to say, oh no, you get more on when you send your plate up. And so I was mortified and I used to hate it. I used to hate doing it because I used to think people were looking at us, which they probably were. And the chippy owner was probably thinking, it's these bloody croppy Scots-Irish again. No, don't apologise. It just made me laugh. It was like, oh God, that was one of my nightmares as a child. Oh, did they turn out all right in an air fryer, Frida? Yeah, green eyes, I'm with you. Dripping. Good beef dripping. And double fry them. So you cook them till they're nearly done. You get them out. You let them go cold. You warm the fat up again and you drop them back in again. And the lovely crispy bits on the outside and they're as fluffy as out inside. Gorgeous. See, we've done the food. I knew we'd get there. Unfortunately, your wingman's now left. So unfortunately or fortunately, we won't be doing the smut. Yep, double frying. That was one of my nan's tips as well. I bet you got that off your mum or your nan, didn't you, Green Eyes? Yeah, Kathy, proper chips. Proper ones. Yeah, no smut, my wingman's gone. I know. It was unusual because normally he does his game thing from 5 till 10. But obviously came in hours early, so maybe one of the streams stopped and he went back in at 10:30, didn't he? So there must have been another one starting. I just don't get these games at all. I mean, they look interesting and I've listened to them. They're having a right laugh. You know, they're all giggling and what have you, but yeah, it's not something that I do. I prefer talking about history and forbidden history and ancient architecture. Oh yeah, did you catch all that, Cassius? Yeah, you can tell, can't you? The people who aren't here. You can tell by the people who aren't here. So we've got no pork chop, we've got no Tisby Denny, we've got no Sid Vicious, and I keep going to say Sid the sexist, and I shouldn't, because he isn't. It's I keep thinking about Viz, the Viz comic, which I used to love reading. Oh gosh, oh sorry for yawning. I'm getting a little bit tired now, guys and girls. Oh dear. So I'm wondering whether, oh God, me hour, me 2 hours has turned into 4 again. What am I like? Well, it's just gone 11 o'clock now. Slight bit of smut. My hubby had abs. Oh, obs and swabs done today. Swabbed his ball. Did they? Swabbed your ball sack? What do they swab your ball sack for? I've got to ask before I go. I am Green Eyes. I am working tomorrow. I'm working, I'm working tomorrow, but then I've got a pretty easy day on Wednesday. Oh, MRSA. Oh, is he going into hospital for something done? Yeah, I forgot about him having to swab for that. Yeah, we've got a few ex-nurses in the chat as well. But yeah, I think tomorrow is a pretty busy day. Or is it? Yeah, tomorrow's my busy day. Wednesday's pretty easy. And then Thursday it's semi-busy again, but I'm going over to stay at his house. Probably go like Thursday lunchtime. So I can work from there later on. And then Friday's pretty pretty easy as well. They do that for MRSA in hospital groins too. Yeah, I've never heard of like you having to get your ball sack your ball sack swabbed. Oh, shoulder replacement. Oh God. Oh, I hope he's all right then. Hope everything goes well. You'd be surprised how many people have MRSA and never know it. Yeah. Do you know that happened to one of my mum's cousins? She was quite a hefty lady and she had a fall. And because of the weight of her, she just fell coming out of the front door. She landed badly on her knee. And because of the weight of her, she actually split the skin around her knee. So she needed stitches. So she goes to the hospital, they stitched her up, she came home, ends up back in, doesn't she, with MRSA. And the infection in that leg was so bad. But obviously she's then blaming the hospital, but somebody else had said, you probably already had it. Hopefully it won't be cancelled. Oh yeah, fingers crossed it won't. No way of getting rid of it. Although I didn't get swabbed when I had to have that knee surgery. Although is it only specific types of surgery you get swabbed for, Green Eyes? I mean, my right knee is absolutely fucked. One too many riding accidents, and I've had like 3 lots of surgery on it now. Green Eyes, yes, my mum broke a hip. They only discovered it when she went into hospital in a groin. Usually orthopedic. Yeah, well, they did, like I just said then, they didn't swab me when I had my knee surgery. I mean, I'll be perfectly, or anyone going on an oncology ward. Ah, right. Yeah, well, that makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I really need to have a kneecap replacement. I really do. I've just knackered it with all the horse riding. I've had accidents. My kneecap's been broken. I've torn the ligaments. I've virtually no cartilage left. It's really bad. The only thing it doesn't do now, it was creaking and groaning because I had a lot of the crystalline, what's it called? Desiccant. Oh God, I can't remember. It's something desiccants. It was where the cartilage and you get bits of bone behind the kneecap, and it was creaking and groaning and locking. So they kind of flushed it out, but they said I'm wearing my kneecap down. So then I got told at the time I said, well, they were saying, well, you're going to need a kneecap replacement at some point. So I said, well, can I not just have it now? Save keep going through all of this. You're opening my knee up and then end up on crutches for like 4 to 6 weeks. Can I not just have the kneecap replacement? And they're like, oh, well, no, we wouldn't even consider giving you a kneecap replacement until you're in your 50s. And even then, we'd rather wait till the back end of your fit. And I'm like, well, I want it done now, while I can, while I'm wanting to run round and horse ride and do all sorts of these wonderful things. But I have heard of somebody in the 20s getting a kneecap replacement, but that was through, was it, one of you'll be able to tell me, was it rheumatoid arthritis, I think? Don't know if you heard that crack then, that was my knee. But everybody else I've ever spoken to or I've asked, they've always been at least like 52, 53 before they've been given a knee replacement. One of my friends, she had a half kneecap replacement and she just said, I wished I'd had the full thing done because it hadn't worked. So anyone who is MRSA positive should be in a single room and nurses have to wear PPE. Really? Maybe that's why they didn't test. Then again, though, do you know what? Oh, yeah, but no, they didn't have to wear protective equipment because I wasn't swabbed for it when I had my knee done, but I had it done at the private hospital. I didn't pay privately. The NHS sent me through there, but that was in a private room. So maybe that was because they thought, well, if I did have it, I wouldn't be spreading it anywhere. Frida says, green eyes, I remember them putting some sort of cream up her nose. Didn't know what that was about. Oh, is that something to do with the MRSA as well? Not sure about that. Do you know, though, I'm racking my brains now because I've heard about cream going up somebody's nose, but I can't remember what it was for. Might have been my sister, that, actually. Oh, MRSA grows in noses too. I'm sure my sister had something put up her nose. She went in to have her tonsils out. They've still never taken them out. Every time she's gone in, she's either got an infection or an allergic reaction to something. So she's just given it up as a bad job now. But I had mine taken out. I don't even remember. I was only 4 at the time. But my sister really suffers with hers. Oh, well, you'll have to keep us posted then, Kathy, how his surgery goes. Is that tomorrow? Maybe she had it in her nose too. Yeah, she possibly could have done, Frida. Ooh, makes me cringe thinking about, I could have germs and not know. And creepy crawlies and February the 10th. All right, okay. I was going to say that's quite a way in advance to be tested for MRSA, but I suppose they have to. And then if they find out he's got it, they give him, I don't know, did they give you some form of treatment to minimise the risk of infection, maybe? Worrying times. Frida, there's nothing that clears MRSA up. You have it for life. Same with ESBL. Oh, what's ESBL? Am I being thick here? See, I'm learning things now. I swap you information on Viking history for medical terminology and the occasional recipe. Well, while I'm waiting for Green Eyes to tell me what that means, ESBL. ESBL is swap nuts, because I know. Oh, it's found in the bowel. Okie dokie. I shouldn't be laughing because these are serious things, but I'm laughing at Cassius's. Yeah. I'm cheap, really. I don't ask for much. Quid pro quo. I'll probably regret saying that. I'll swap your recipe for ESBL. I didn't know what it was. Extended spectrum beta lactam. Ah, okay. Well, I'm not going looking for that. No, leave that one alone, Kathy. Cassie's Hannibal Lecter here. Quid pro quo, Clarice. Quid pro quo. Are you going to do that horrible that thing where he says about eating the liver with a nice Chianti? God knows what that's going to sound like on playback. Cooper does that though if he smells passed on to by not washing your hands. Oh, okay. Wash your hands, guys and girls. Wash your hands. Yeah, Cooper, if he smells, if a lady dog has passed by and piddled and he smells it, he comes up and his bottom jaw's going, and we call it the chattering jaw, but I say he's doing his Hannibal Lecter because he's literally going for about 5 minutes. Oh, the thing is, you know, that bit where he's in the cell, you know, the only bit that always sticks in my mind was that fella who was, as she come walking past, and he threw jip at her through the bars because he was having a tug. And as she came past, he threw jip and it hit her in the face. Dirty bugger. Hand hygiene is the answer to most infective things passed on. It is. Oh, yeah, Cassie is it. My thing, Green Eyes, is constantly scrubbing under my nails. I've got real issues about anything being stuck under my nails. Scrub, 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 scrub. I'll make my fingers sore sometimes when I do it. I think that's just because of me being out of doors a lot, you know. So if I'm mucking out the horses or, you know, grooming them or playing ball with the dog. Yeah, Cassie is. Good aim, though, considering he did it backwards over his head. Pretty good aim. Oh, dear. So it's hard to get a good stiff nail brush over here. It's hard to get a good stiff nail brush over here. Never mind. I just hope for the best. Or I sit there trying to like get the angle right, because my nails are pretty long as well. Because I always wonder how people go on, you know, when they've got those like the really long, like 4-inch false nails. And I think, how do you wipe your ass? Sorry, not sorry. And 2, how do you make sure that under your nails are clean? It's always been a conundrum for me, that one. Yeah, that's a good idea, Kathy. Use a toothbrush. I'm sure you can get a stiff one there, Green Eyes. No pun intended. Ooh. Just dropped my phone. Sorry, kids. Oh, dear. Oh, don't I saw a woman. Big, huge nails, she said. I use cute. Oh. What, for cleaning the nails or cleaning her ass? Got me wondering now, Cassius. Oh, to wipe her ass, yeah. Q-tips to wipe her ass. Well, I would probably guess that she had a few of the old dangleberries. No, I never thought of that either, Green Eyes. No, she'd have had a few old Winnets and Clinkers. Absolutely. Yeah, no, sorry I went there. Again. Oh, no. We don't do degeneration. We've been pretty reserved. We've been pretty good all night. We really have. Really nice, yes, because when you have a plaster on your finger, it gets filthy. It does. It does. And even if you're not doing anything, even if you're just sitting at home, don't forget you sweat, you lose skin cells. You're going to lose skin cells from the ends of your finger. Where are they going to go? Some of them are going to drop off, but you've still got skin that's underneath your nail. So that's just going to sit there and fester, innit? Just don't make the mistake and use it on your teeth. Yeah. Especially not if you've then been like, you've got extended fingernails put on, or like Cassis's the person he's bumped into, you decide to use the brush just to give your old rusty sheriff's badge a little bit of a buff and polish. Oh dear. But yeah. Well, I didn't say spit and polish, Cassie, so I was trying to be ladylike. Not. Grief. Right, guys and gals. Well, oh, hang on. Catch it under your nails, then using toothbrush on your teeth. Holy shit. Oh, can you imagine that? What is it? Toxoplasmosis you get off cat shit? Ugh. I had 2 bags over my hand, double bagged my hand, and then got a dog shit bag to pick that cat shit up from the garden to put it in my next door neighbours. And even then, I came in and I'm honest to God, the hot water, I was scalding my hands, scalding them just in case there was a germ on its shit. I mean, you know, there's stuff you can get from dog shit as well. There's toxicara, isn't there, that you can get from dog shit, and that can make you go blind. But toxoplasmosis is a bad one. Always wash my hands when I get up. You never know where you. Yeah. I hate going to my bin outside. All I can smell is yes. Yeah. We pee up the bin. Well, she's going to hate going out of the back door because there are like 9 cat shits now sitting round her plants. I'll see how long they sit there for. Because I've no doubt the dirty little bastard will have been in again tonight. So if he has, I shall be picking that up and depositing it in her garden. I'll be like, here, have that. I will keep you upshated, updated even on Cat Shit Gate. I certainly will. Because I think yes, Kathy, her cat, oh, long story, she's not next door to me, she lives at the backs here, but her cat's been using my garden and the front of my house as its litter tray, and she knows and has refused to pick it up. And there were 9 big ass shits in my garden. So I was talking about it on here with these guys the other night, and I read out she put a letter through my door because she objected to me delivering the shit back to her in a bag, might I add. So she's now got it without a bag, and it's been dropped at various positions around her own garden. So we'll see. Yeah, do you know, I might do green eyes. I might do that. So I left Cooper out in the garden for hours today. Not shut out, you know, he could come and go as he wanted to, but usually I don't let him out because he barks because he hates her. And I thought, no, go on, get out. At least you can keep the well, it's over the course of a few days, Kathy. It's probably doing 2 shits a day in my garden. So she's having them back. She wanted to blame it on everybody else. Like I should redo the flipping front of the house just so her cat doesn't shit in it. Good. I hope he back. He did, Cassius. He were out there and he just did nothing but bark. I thought, go on, I hope that's banging your head because it's not bothering me one iota. I've got my earphones in and I'm on a works call. Enjoy yourself. I was being evil. You found his rude poo. Does that smell? I would imagine it would be like rabbit poo, maybe. A bigger version and be just grass. On shit guard. Well, he caught it once, Frida, but he got hold of it. I thought he was going to kill the damn thing, which I wouldn't have seen happen, you know, because the poor little thing, it was trying to get round my legs for protection. Well, I hadn't seen it. I didn't know what it was, and I kind of jumped out the way. Well, the Cooper got hold of its tail, swung it round like a shillelagh, and then it did manage to escape his grasp, and he got over the gate. Not any smell. Yes, bigger version of rabbit poo. Right. I mean, because horse poo stinks. Not horrendous. I mean, it's not offensive to me because I've been around horses all my life. Cow muck. Oh God, now there's and pig. Pig shit's just disgusting. It's absolutely minging, that stuff. Oh, right. Okie dokie. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay with you, lovely lot, even though you've stuck here all night and I really appreciate it, I'm gonna get off only because I've got a big day tomorrow at work, and then we're doing the big one tomorrow night. We're doing the Enfield Poltergeist and Other Ghostly Tales tomorrow. So I'm hoping that'll be good fun. And the cat still not put off by Coop. No, well, it's sneaking in when it knows he's not here, Frida. Yeah, Kathy Pigmuck's vile. It's just, yeah. But monkey shit's the same. Monkey shit smells as well. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. But yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. And it'll be quite interesting, especially with guests coming up. So, like I said, we've got those who are going to come and tell tales, and anybody else who wants to come up. I mean, like you did the other night, Cassius. If you just want to come up and sit on panel and laugh, it's absolutely fine. Anybody's welcome. I can have up to 10 people up, so feel free. So, thank you for your time, Kiss. See you tomorrow. Oh, Kathy, thank you so much for coming in. And like I said, when you're in tomorrow, love, you'll have a wrench. You're going to be blue like the rest of us. And I'm glad you took the time tonight to come in and say hello. We're not ogres. We don't eat peoples. So yeah. Right, guys and gals. So enjoy the rest of your evening or your day in Green Eyes' case. And those who are listening who aren't in chat, thank you very much for being here. Frida, thank you. Enjoyed the Vikings in chat as well. Night, sleep well. Yeah, and thanks so much for the new topics going on to the ancient architecture and stuff. I really enjoyed that, and I'd like to do that again sometime. So I can rely on Green Eyes and Sheila for that one. Kiss again. Laugh my off, even though I caught up. It was a good chat and a brilliant laugh. Have a lovely night. Chat. Have a lovely evening. Night. Yeah, night, Cassius, love. Night, Kathy, Frida, Green Eyes, and everybody else. And see you all on the bright side.